Yeah, because you couldn't bust the speakers doing that. And we just got those replaced last year, didn't we?
And welcome to Game 3 between the Sun Chiefs and the Lions. This will be the first game of today's doubleheader here at Stanley James Field, as the Sun Chiefs tried to even up the series with hoping to get a victory here in Game 1 and then follow that up with the win to get the sweep today in the doubleheader. As we take a look at our starting pitcher for today's game is going to be number 28, Noah Lafferty, as he makes his third appearance of the season. He pitched Wednesday in 1 inning, produced 3 strikeouts. First pitch, this is hit into left center field. Landon Moore unable to make the catch and goes all the way to the wall. And just like that, the Lions have a leadoff double to begin the first inning on the first pitch. And as number 4, Poteet, who may have had some clutch hits in game number 2 last night, comes up with another extra base hits in this series. Let's take a look at who's out in the field for the Sun Chiefs for today's game. Behind the dish is going to be number 22, Mason Parker. Number 15, Brandon, will be slotted back in at first base. Sion will take over at second base. Robert Trevino will be back at shortstop. Cody Ferguson at third base. And then in the outfield, first pitch from Noah Lafferty's in for a strike. Jane Jordan in the left field. Landon Moore will be in center field. And Preston Wetchell will hold it down over in right field for today's game. As it's an quickly in the hole is number 22, Arnett, who had a decent 2-game series so far for the Lions with 3 base hits and 1 RBI. As we'll take a look at the Lions batting work to begin game number 1 here on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. This will be a base hit into right center field for Arnett, and that will drive in the first run of the game as Poteet comes in the score. Arnett slides in at second. That will be an RBI double for Arnett. 1-0 Lions here in the first inning. In game number 2, the Lions could not register hardly any hits in the first 5 innings of the ball game until they were able to come into the clutch in the 7th inning to tie the game and ended up putting up the go-ahead runs in the 10th inning to prevail to a 5-3 lead. We'll talk about the game recap as we head into the second inning. Pitch is going to be outside from Noah Lafferty, who has pitched over 5 innings this year. He's allowed 4 hits, 3 earned runs, and has 8 strikeouts on the year. Currently has a 3.06 ERA. He's going to be outside. He is quickly at a 2-0 count. This is number 23, Walker, batting work for today's game, as they are already up 1-0, trying to get their third base runner of the game. This is popped up. This could be the first out of the game as Trevino and Sion calling for it, and Sion will end up making the catch for out number 1. First out retired. So that'll bring up the leading batter for the Lions this season, number 8, Guyot, who has made a big difference in the lineup for the Lions this year, and he has been a threat for the Sun Chiefs so far in this 2-game series. He's the opposite catcher for today's game. He bats for a runner on second with 1 out here in the top of the first inning. Swing and a miss. As we take a look at the starting batting work, lean off and able to get a double on his first at bat as Poteet, followed by Arnett. Arnett, who was able to drive over toward right field or over toward center field. Lafferty's going to call time. And in the cleanup spot is going to be number 8, Guy, followed by number 1, Jordan, number 19, Moore, number 7, Beck, number 13, Later in the number 8 spot, and finally number 24, Lawrence, as the designated hitter. 0-1 pitch. It's going to be outside. Fourth batter, Noah Lafferty has faced. He's only produced 1 out, and that was a fly-out catch from number. Tried to find the right combination out in the field, as this lineup is almost completely different from the previous 2 games. As we see Robert Trevino over back at shortstop. Cody Ferguson is making his debut in the series at third base. 1-2 is the count as Noah Lafferty trying to get his 9th strikeout of the season. 1-2 count. Chopper down the left line, but this will go foul. Already with 2 extra base hits for the Lions so far, both back-to-back doubles by number 4, Poteet, who is leading off for the first time in this series. And Arnett, who was near the bottom of the batting order, is going to be in the number 2 spot. 1-2 pitch. That will go upstairs. As Guide searches for his 4th hit of this series, has 3 RBIs. And all 3 of those runs batted in came into the first game when it was a 13-3 victory for the Lions. 2 is the count. This is going to be a ground ball chopper. This will be another foul ball. Number 1, Jordan, is on deck as he is about to make his series debut, as this will be the last time between these 2 teams that we'll see play in this doubleheader. First game went into 6 innings. Second game went into all the way to the 10th inning until we found a winner. Line drive. What a catch by Cody Ferguson. That robbed a base hit from Guyot for out. Bring up number 1, Jordan, as this will be his first plate appearance of this series, as he is starting in this game in right field. Bats with 2 outs for a runner on second. This is number 22, Arnett, on second, who drove in the first run of the game, and the Lions have taken. This is the first time in this series, swing and a miss from Jordan, that the Lions have put up the first run of the ball game. And both losses yesterday for the Sun Chiefs. They took a 1-0 lead in game 1, and then game number 2, the Sun Chiefs were able to score 3 runs in the second inning and had that lead all the way till the 7th inning. Jordan, number 1, with a runner in scoring position, trying to get his first RBI of the season. Well, Noah Lafferty with a tough start to this inning, trying to retire his 3rd straight batter. That will catch the left side strike zone for strike number 2. Number 19, Moore, is on deck for the Lions. Cody Ferguson, Landon Moore, and Preston Wetchell to lead off for the Sun Chiefs in the bottom of the first inning, trailing 1-0. 1-2 pitch. This is going to be a fly ball and retired. Not after number 22, Arnett, with an RBI double, and it's a 1-0 lead for the Lions heading into the bottom of the first inning. And our first inning highlights are presented by Food Sack, who is the official sponsor of Coastal Alabama baseball. As the first pitch is delivered outside for ball number 1. As for the first time in this series, we'll have a different leadoff man in the batting order. It's going to be number 31, Cody Ferguson, to lead off as he fouls off the second pitch of the at-bat. Counts to be even at 1 ball, 1 strike. As we take a look at the starting batting order for the Sunshine, he'll be behind him will be Preston Wetchell, number 30. And then Brandon will be in the 29th spot, followed by Zach Wilson as designated hitter, Robert Trevino, Parker Mason, Jaden Jordan, and finally number 1, Sion, to round out the batting order for the Sun Chiefs. It's a 2-1 count to Ferguson. Pitch will go upstairs. Starting pitcher for the Lions will be number 26, Smith. Popped up behind home. First base is number 22, Net. Number 7. Number 23, Walker, who has struggled at shortstop, will be remaining in his position. Number 19, Moore, will be at third base. And then in the outfield, 3-2 pitch. In for strike number 3, and Cody Ferguson is run up after a 6-pitch at bat. And behind the dish is going to be number 8, Guyot, who's making his second start of the season at catcher position. And in the outfield for the Lions is going to be number 13, Lager, in left field. Number 4, Poteet in center field. Number 1, Jordan, will make his series debut over in right field. As the Lions for Landon Moore, who has 9 hits on the season, usually is in the leadout spot in the batting order, and has 6 RBIs on the year. He's looking to become the first Sun Chief this season with multi hits on the year. Will be in a 1-1 count against Smith. Preston Wetchell, number 30, is on deck for the Sun Chiefs. 1-0 lead here for the Lions as we are in the bottom half of the first inning. Fouled off. Counts from even had 2 balls and 2 strikes for Landon Moore. As the Sun Chiefs are going to have to find a way to tie this game up early before this game gets away from them, like they did in the first game of the series, where they took a 1-0 lead and then 4 consecutive runs followed by the Lions. It's going to be a full count again for Smith. See if Landon Moore's able to get on there. Cody Ferguson was struck out on the 6th pitch of the at-bat. And now Landon Moore steps in with a 3-2 count. See if Preston Wetchell will have a batter on base, and he sure will, as Landon Moore is walked. So that'll bring up Preston Wetchell, who has batted third and also batted third in the loss against the Volunteers on Wednesday. He has 7 hits and 4 RBIs on the year. Trying to get hit number 8 right here and trying to move Landon Moore in scoring position. Smith keeping a close eye on Moore at first. First pitch is going to be downstairs. Landon Moore thought about attacking towards second, but a good block right there from Guyot, who's making his second start of the series at catcher. While Poteet over in center field is making his debut. Usually he has played in right field so far in this series. Check down first. Landon Moore will retreat back. As Preston Wetchell has played in every single game in this series. Hits this one to right field, and that will be his 3rd hit of the series. Landon Moore is going to round up at third base. Runners on the corners, and excellent hit right there from Preston Wetchell gives the Sun Chiefs an opportunity to tie. And that was the 3rd hit of the game for both teams. After the Lions had 2 extra base hits first inning, and then now here in the bottom of the first inning, runners on the corners. Landon Moore over at third, Preston Wetchell over at first base. This is Trenton Brennan, number 15. Ground ball, base hit off of the glove of Moore, and we are tied up here at 1. And that is going to result in an RBI double for Trenton Brennan. And the Suncheats are right back in and tied up 1-1 with one out here in the bottom of the first inning. Runners on third and second, and a big hit right there from Trenton Brennan. Landon Moore comes in the score. That is Brandon's third RBI of the season, his second of the series. And it's going to be Zach Wilson as the designated hitter. Runners on third and second in a 1-1 tie. Big momentum right there for the Suncheats. We'll see if they can take the lead now. First pitch is going to go downstairs and off of the chest of Guyot. As Zach Wilson with 4 hits on the year, 2 RBIs, he can tie his RBI total with a base hit right here and give the Suncheats their first lead of the game. Hunter Brand is now on a 2-game RBI game streak right now. 1-0 is the count. There's going to be a line drive caught by Walker. Runners will stay at third and second with 2 outs. So that'll bring up Robert Trevino. 2 home runs and 4 RBIs. 2 outs here in the bottom of the first inning. And as the Suncheats have tied the game off after a RBI double by Trenton Brennan, his third of the season. Trevino swings on the first pitch, foul. Preston Wetchell is on at third, and Brennan Oh, 1 is the count for Robert Trevino. Pitch is going to be downstairs. Counts even at 1 ball, 1 strike as Robert Trevino trying to get his 5th and 6th RBIs of the season. That will go downstairs for a 2-1 count. 2 balls, 1 strike. Parker Mason is on deck for the Suncheats. Smith will deliver his 2-1 pitch. This is going to be a ground ball chopper. Tough play for Moore. A run will come in the score as they pretty much gave up on the play at home. And it is now 2-1. And Robert Trevino is going to get an RBI single, and the Suncheats take their first lead of the game. Miscommunication right here from the Lions. They believe it went foul before it went into the field of play. Runners are on third and second. Coming in the score was Preston Wetchell to make it 2-1. Still 2 outs. And Robert Trevino will get his 5th RBI of the season. So that'll bring up Mason Parker. After the miscommunication from the infield for the Lions, as Moore was able to control the ground ball, did not make a throw to first to get Robert Trevino out, and then Preston Wetchell was easily home. And then Brandon was trying to retrieve back to third. Now Mason Parker will step in with 2 outs. First pitch will be outside for ball 1. As Mason Parker got his first RBI of the season last night against the Lions. with Brandon on at third and then Robert Trevino on at second. 2-1 Sun Cheats. This is going to be hit into left center field and over to make the catch is Poteet for out number 3. But the Sun Cheats put up 2 on the board and take a 2-1 lead after 1 inning with RBIs from Brandon and Robert Trevino. We'll be right back. Sun Cheats have the lead here in the second inning. Noah Lafferty back on the pitcher's mound as the Sun Cheats trying to keep their lead going. Lafferty's first pitch is going to be downstairs for ball 1. This is going to be number 19 more. As he will step into the batter's box. It's a ground ball chopper. Trevino plays it off the hop. The throw to first in time. Trevino had trouble yesterday trying to field balls in the infield, but he's able to convert on his first opportunity of the game for out number 1. It's going to be number 7, Beck, up next to bat. And let's take a look at the game recap from last night's Game 2 as the first pitch is downstairs. It was a 5-3 victory for the Lions and went all the way to the 10th inning to finally find a winner. As Landon Moore went 1 for 5 last night and had 2 RBIs. Gave the Sun Cheats their first lead of the game. 1-0 pitch. This is going to be hit into and camped underneath it and making the catch is Jaden Jordan for out number 2. And Trenton Brand, who already has an RBI in this game, has had an RBI to give the Sun Cheats a 3-0 lead in game number 2. And then all of a sudden, the Lions were able to come back in the 7th inning with a 3-run rally and went all the way to the 10th inning until they were able to get some offense from Dwight. Popped up, and this will go behind home plate. And Luke Boykin had an outstanding game last night. Had 5 complete innings, 0 earned runs, and struck, but unable to get the victory. Lance Singley and Shire were able to come into the game to relieve, unable to get the job done. Counts to me even at 1 ball, 1 strike. This number 7, Beck. Pitch to me downstairs. Actually, this number 13, Lager, who has 3 hits so far in this series. 2-1's going to count. 2 balls and 1 strike. 2 outs here in the top of the second inning. There's no Lafferty trying to get a 1-2-3 inning. 2-1 pitch. Line drive right into the glove of Robert Trevino for out number 3. Noah Lafferty with a perfect 1-2-3 inning. We head to the bottom of the second inning. 2-1 Sun Cheats.
Why are you wearing your jersey?
And welcome back to the bottom of the second inning. 2-1 Sun Chiefs. Smith back in the pitcher's position, as this is going to be Jaden Jordan to lead off. Gets the first pitch in for a strike. Jaden Jordan with 3 hits and 2 RBIs on the year, hitless so far in this series. As that pitch will go downstairs. Good eye right there from Jaden Jordan, playing in left field today. He has 1 flyout catch so far out in the field. Count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Pitch is going to be outside, make it 2-1. So far in the 2-game series with the Lions, Sun Chiefs unable to get a victory. That's why they're trying to split the 4-game series with the Lions this season with a doubleheader today. 2-1 pitch. Swung on him. First game, the Sun Chiefs were unable to get the job done. 13-3 lost in 6 innings. And then game number 2, they lost 5-3 in 10 innings. And Coastal was the home team for both games. Swung on and missed for out number 1, and Smith's able to ring up his second victim of the game. So, number 1, Sion. Final man in the batting order will bat with the bases empty with 1 out. Smith has 2 strikeouts so far for the Lions. Pitch is downstairs. Gets away from guy for ball number 1. Then is on deck. For the Sun Chiefs, already up 2-1. RBIs by Brennan and Robert Trevino to make it 2-1. Pitches downstairs again and gets away from guy. 2-0 for Sion. Played in game number 1, but did not play in game number 2 as Coach Tarn completely put up a new team for game number 2, as he will start at second base today for game number 3. 2-0 pitch. It's going to be 3-0. 1 out here in the bottom of the second inning, as the Sun Chiefs will go back to the top of their batting order, who found success with Landon Moore, Preston Wetchell, and Brandon able to get on base. Pitch out inside for strike number 1. It's going to be at 3 balls and 1 strike. As Smith is able to convert for his first strike. 3-1 count for Smith. Sion comebacker right to Smith and calmly throws it over to first. 2 down here in the bottom of the second inning as that line drive. Ground ball right to the pitcher Smith. So back to the top of the batting order for the Sun Chiefs. This is going to be Cody Ferguson. 5 hits on the year, 4 RBIs. As he was struck out on his first at bat of the game as he faces Smith for the second time today. He'll take the first pitch downstairs for ball 1. Ferguson looking for his 6th hit and trying to keep the inning alive for the Sun Chiefs, already up by 1 run. 1-0 pitch. Inside. 2-0 for Smith to work with. Landon Moore is on deck for the Sun Chiefs. Ferguson with 4 RBIs. 2-0 pitch. Be outside, and Cody Ferguson will have the at-bat at a 3-0 count. Try and get on base. Only 1 batter was walked on the first time around for the batting order for the Sun Chiefs, and that was Landon. 3-0 pitch. Upstairs in a 4-pitch at bat, and Cody Ferguson will be the first base runner of the inning for either team. So that'll bring up Landon Moore. Runner on first with 2 outs. He was walked on his first at bat of the game. Has a chance for a runner on first, Cody Ferguson. Smith, that was his second walk allowed. First pitch at this new at bat will be in for a strike. 9 hits and 6 RBIs on the year. Trying to get hit number 10 right here. 1-0 pitch. Counts for me 0-2 as Landon Moore is quickly in the hole. 0-2. Oh, and 2 is the count for. This is going to be hit into left field and over camped underneath is later. A walk for Cody Ferguson, but it remains 2-1 as we head to the top of the third inning. We'll be right back. We begin the top of the third inning. This is going to be number 24, Lawrence, to lead off. The designated hitter for today's game for the Lions. Noah Lafferty's first pitch is outside for ball number 1. And let's take a look at our keys to the game for the Sun Sheets in game number 1 here against the Lions at Stanley James Field. Our number 1 key to the game is hold a lead as the Lions were trailing 3-0 heading into the top of the 7th inning. So the Sun Sheets only needed 3 more outs to even up the series at 1 apiece, but they gave up 3 runs in the 7th inning, and then the rest was history as the Lions were able to take a 2-0 series lead. As key number 2 is that the Sun Sheets need to have more than 1 inning of offense as they were only able to generate their only 3 runs of the game in the 2nd inning. The remainder of the game, they hardly had any base runners. They did have the bases loaded near the end of the game in the 9th inning. Could not find a way to prevail. 2-1's the count for Noah Lafferty. Swung on and missed from Lawrence. And number 3 is taking advantage with the bases loaded as the Sun Sheets had multiple opportunities both in game 1 and game 2, unable to put up any runs in the game. 2-2 pitch. It's going to be upstairs. It's going to be a full count for Lawrence. 2 RBIs on the season so far in this series. He holds the 9th spot in the batting order. In the previous 2 games, he was at the 8th spot in the batting order. 3-2 pitch from Lafferty. Popped up. This is going to be in foul territory to the right side. Brandon has enough space to make the catch for out number 1. So we go back to the top of the batting order. Number 16, Prince, is not playing in today's game after starting in game 1 and in game 2 over in right field. Number 4, Poteet, to lead off. Playing in center field today, he was able to get a 1 pitch at bat, which he was able to hit a double into the gap into left field. Count's going to start out 0-1. Poteet trying to go 2 for 2 in this game off of Noah Lafferty with 1 out. This is going to be fouled off as he is quickly in the hole 0-2. Number 22, Arnett, is on deck for the Lions. Oh, 0-2, Noah Lafferty trying first strikeout of the game. He will get it. Poteet went fishing upstairs, and another ring up in this game. First of the game for Noah Lafferty. 2 down here in the top of the 3rd inning. Poteet will start the game out 1 for 2, and that will bring up Arnett, who drove in the only run of the game for the Lions. An RBI double. He swings and misses on the first pitch. And after Arnett was able to get the RBI double to give the Lions a 1-0 lead, Noah Lafferty has retired his last 8 batters. And he will start this at-bat with an 0-2 count, 1 strike away from a second consecutive 1-2-3 inning. After Lafferty was able to get his first strikeout of the game. Looking for strikeout number 2. And he hits Arnett in the back, and Arnett will take first base. So now we have Walker for 23, who flew out into foul territory over to the right side on his first at bat. Runner on first with 2 outs here in the top of the 3rd inning. A 2-1 lead here for the Sun Chiefs. Pitch downstairs. Arnett thought about stealing for a second. He'll retreat back. It's Mason Parker, who's making his second start of this series. Gonna have to keep a close eye on Arnett over there at first base. Walker with 2 RBIs so far in 2 games he's played against the Sun Chiefs. Trying to put Arnett in scoring position after Arnett was hit by a pitch. Perfect pitch right there from Lafferty to make it 2 balls and 1 strike. Number 8, Guy, is on deck for the Lions. As the big bats in their lineup are about to get a chance here, and they might have to wait till the 4th inning. Swing and a miss. Evens the count up at 2 balls, 2 strikes as Lafferty's able to climb back in as he attended Faith Academy High School and was an effective pitcher for the Rams throughout his high school career. This is his 3rd appearance of the season. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs here in the top of the 3rd inning. Lafferty looking for the ring up. He will not get it as the pitch sails upstairs. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Sun Chiefs currently on a 5 losing streak, trying to end it here today and possibly come out of this series with some momentum. Time has been called from Walker. Full count pitch coming up. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Noah Lafferty trying to end the inning and fouled off from Walker. The inning will continue. His number 8 guy is on deck. Walker looking for his 4th hit as he was able to drive in the run of the game for the Lions in game number 2. Lafferty keeping a close eye on Arnett over there at first, as Arnett will have the green light to steal with a 3-2 count. Runners on first and second after Arnett was hit by a pitch and Walker is walked. This is going to be number 8, Guy up next to bat, who hit a line drive to Cody Ferguson on his first at bat of the game. And one of our keys of the game was to close out innings as fast as you can. And now Noah Lafferty is going to have to deal with runners on first and second after he retired his first 2 batters of this inning. Lawrence flew out into foul territory to the right side, and Poteet was struck out. Guy swings and misses on the first pitch. Count starts out 0-1. With Arnett on second, Walker on first. And the 0-1 pitch. Downstairs comes from even at 1 ball, 1 strike. Guy hit the first home run and the only home run in this series between these two teams. Came back in game number 1 with a 2-run home run. Ended up with 3 RBIs in game number 1. He hits this one into center field. Landon Moore makes the catch for out number 3 as we head to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Still 2-1 Sun Chiefs.
We did first name, last name. We wouldn't really give all we did that.
And we're back here for the bottom of the 3rd inning. I'm Dallas Rangers, the voice of the Coastal Alabama Sun Chiefs, as Preston Wetchell to lead off here for the Sun Chiefs, already up 2-1, as Preston Wetchell singled into right field on his first at bat. He lets the first pitch go downstairs, as Wetchell, with 7 hits on the year, got his 8th hit here in today's game. As Smith delivers his 1-0 pitch outside. Trenton Brandon is on deck for the Sun Chiefs, as Coastal Alabama was able to get a new recruit coming into play for next year, as Caleb Hales coming in to signed with the Sun Chiefs. Barely getting a piece of that is Wetchell. This will go to Moore. Wetchell is out at first. He'll start the game out 1 for 2. This is going to be Trenton Brandon. Wetchell barely got a piece of that. Went straight to Brady with an RBI double in today's game. Brought home the game time run back in the first inning. Takes the first pitch in for a strike. And Caleb Hales, like I said, coming over to the Suncheats next season. Senior at Spanish Fort High School, plays at third base and at first base. An effective hitter for the Toros. So is effective so far this year with 3 hits. 1 ball, 1 strike to Brennan. Smith will deliver the 1-1 pitch with 1 out. It's going to be downstairs, going to be a 2-1 count. 3 hits so far today for the Suncheats. 2 balls and 1 strike. Three and one's going to. Zach Wilson is on deck. Three one pitch going to be downstairs, and Trenton Brennan's able to get on first safely for the second straight at bat. Suncheats will have a third straight base runner. And Zach Wilson up next to bat. He batted with runners on third and second on his first plate appearance, as he hit a line walker. We'll have an opportunity with Brandon on at first with 1 out. Pitch is going to be downstairs, as Wilson searches for his 5th hit of the season. Trying to go 1 for 2 to begin today's game. Already with 3 hits so far in the first 2 games here at Stanley James Field against the Lions. Smith delivers, and a foul ball right there from Zach Wilson. On deck is going to be Robert Trevino. Both teams have used their starting pitcher so far in this game. Neither bullpen is active for both the Suncheats and the Lions. And a low-scoring game to begin today's game. Swing and miss. Wilson unable to make contact. 1 and 2. Zach Wilson is the designated hitter for the game. Brandon on at first with 1 out. 1-2 pitch. Swung on and miss, and another ring up for Smith. 2 down here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. That is strikeout number 3 for Smith. An RBI on his first at bat, as he had a ground ball right to Moore, and they thought it was going to be a foul ball that came into the field of play, but miscommunication from the Lions resulted in Preston Wetchell coming to score the go-ahead run here. 0-1 is the count. Robert Trevino with his 6th RBI of the season. Trevino with 2 home runs and 5 RBIs on the year. He has Trenton Brennan on at first. It's Jacob Smith. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Trevino quickly in the hole. 1 and 2. Smith has 3 strikeouts today. Looking for number 4 right here. Parker Mason is on deck. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 2 down here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Pitch to me downstairs. Trenton Brennan for second. He is out at second. 3 innings are in the books as we head to the 4th inning. Still 2-1 Suncheats. And we're back here at Stanley James Field to begin the top of the fourth inning. This is going to be number 1, Jordan, to lead off. First pitch. Good changeup right there from Noah Lafferty, who had a tough start to the game. Allowed back-to-back hits to lead off the game by Poteet and number 22, Arnett. But other than that, he has been spot on. No base hits after that one. Swung on and missed. Jordan unable to connect. He had a fly ball into deep center field. Jordan trying to go 1 for 2 in this game. We'll talk about the trivia question right after. Noah Lafferty's done a fantastic job here today. 1-0 pitch. Fly ball. This one's going to go out of play. It's 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Lafferty only has 1 strikeout today through 3 complete innings. 1-2 pitch. It's going to be a ground ball to Brennan. He'll flip it over to Lafferty for out number 1. And Jordan will head back to the dugout 0 for 2. Is which pitcher has pitched the most innings this season prior to today? Is it A, Dalton Nushwander, B, Salter Green, C, Luke Boykin, or is it D, Landon Singley? Which pitcher has pitched the most innings so far this season? Pitches upstairs, and we will tell you the answer in the bottom of the fourth inning on which pitcher has pitched the most innings so far this year. It's a 1-0 count here to number 19 for the Lions. Pitches downstairs. It'll be a 2-0 count. Moore hit a ground out to Robert Trevino on his first at bat. Number 7, Beck, is on deck. Count is 2-0. Line drive to the left of the third base bag. 2-1's going to be count. 2 balls and 1 strike to number 19, Moore. He's had an excellent series with 4 base hits in the 2 games so far. He's 0 for 1 today against Lafferty. Chopper again down the left field line. Evens up. Number 7, Beck, is on deck for the Lions. 2-2's count. 1 out here. Base is empty here in the top of the fourth inning. Luke Boykin got through 5 complete innings. Pop up into foul territory. Lafferty is able to make the catch with Mason Parker and Cody Ferguson around. 2 down here in the fourth inning. And that is the second flyout catch in foul territory today for the Sun Sheets. First one went to Trenton Brand. This one goes to Noah Lafferty. It's going to be number 7, Beck. Luke Boykin went through 5 complete innings in game number 2. Lafferty is now away from getting through 4. Delivers a first pitch strike. Beck flew out into left field to Jaden Jordan on his first at bat. 0-1 is the count. Foul tip. Beck is in the hole 0-2. Number 13, Later, is on deck. No, Lafferty has been effective today with only 1 strikeout. For 2 in this game, while Lafferty is trying to put him at an 0-2 to begin the game. Only 2 players in the Lions lineup with a base hit, and that's Poteet and Arnett, who are in first and second in the batting order. Lafferty's 0-2 pitch. It's just downstairs. It'll be a 1-2, 1 ball, 2 strikes. In the bottom of the fourth inning, we'll announce the answer to the trivia question. Lafferty's 1-2 pitch outside, and now even up the count at 2 apiece as Beck is able to battle his way back into it. This will be the 6th pitch of this at bat to Beck. Bullpen for either team is not active. 2-2 pitch outside. It'll be a full count. Lafferty is trying to get his 2nd perfect inning so far in this game. After having one back in the 2nd inning, 3rd inning he had runners on 1st and 2nd. Full count. Ground ball to Sion. Flips over to first for the routine play. Noah Lafferty with a 1-2-3 innings. We head to the bottom of the 4th inning. 2-1 Sun Chiefs. Hmm. 2-1 Sun Chiefs as we begin the bottom of the 4th inning, with Robert Trevino to lead off as he'll face off against Smith back in the pitcher's position for the 4th straight inning. First pitch is delivered in for a strike. Robert Trevino saw 5 pitches before a stolen base attempt as he was caught stealing, as it's an 0-1 count for Trevino. Pitching to me outside. We'll talk about the trivia question answer right after this at bat, as Trevino counts to me even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Swing and a miss. It's going to be a 1-2 count for Trevino, with an outstanding season so far, 2 home runs and 4 RBIs. His play in the field has improved for today's game with 1 opportunity. 1 ball, 2 strikes for Smith. Go, and he did indeed, and Trevino is run out for the 5th strikeout of the game. And I'll bring up Mason Parker, number 22. He flew out on his first plate appearance of the game. Trivia question is, which pitcher has pitched the most innings this season prior to today? Is it A, Dalton Neuschwander, B, Salter Green, C, Luke Boykin, or is it D, Landon Singley? Answer choice that is correct is Luke Boykin prior to today. He has pitched 12 complete innings, 10 strikeouts and a 1.29 ERA, which leads the ball club. 1-0 is the count to Parker. Pitch is going to be downstairs. Boykin has appeared 3 times this year with a 1-2 record. This season, he has pitched fantastic this year. Just needs some offense to complement his excellent pitching each game. 2-0 pitch. He went for that one. Parker did. It's going to be a 2-1 count. While Dalton Neuschwander has almost pitched 10 complete innings this year. He has 11 strikeouts, 1.86 ERA, in just only 2 appearances this year. It's going to be downstairs. Salter Green has pitched exactly 10 complete innings and has 12 strikeouts on the year and 3 appearances. He started in game number 1 in this series. And that will be a walk, and Mason Parker will take first. And Landon Singly, who has answer choice number D, has pitched 9 complete innings, 11 strikeouts, and 3 appearances. At 45, Jaden Jordan with a runner on first. Jordan looking for hit number 4 on the year. 2-1 lead right now. Parker will retreat back to first. Parker was able to get his first RBI of the season. Sion is on deck for the Suncheats, but Jaden Jordan struck out on his only plate appearance of the game against Smith. Jordan fouls off the first pitch. Start the bat out 0-1. This game started a little late today, 10 minutes late, because the umpires did not show up till 12:10. But we were able to begin this game, and this game has flowed very, very smoothly so far. Offense in the first inning, but other than that, it's been a pitcher's duel ever since. Counts to me even at 1-1 for Jaden Jordan. 2 RBIs on the year as he tries to go 1 for 2 in this game. Downstairs, make it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1. As the bullpen is now active right now for the Lions. That one is fouled off. Counts from even at 2 balls, 2 strikes. As like I said, bullpen is now active for the Lions. It looks like I'm trying to see what number that is over toward the right side. But both pitchers, Noah Lafferty and Smith for the Lions, have pitched fantastic. They both struggled to begin. 2-2 pitch. Fouled off as the at-bat will continue for Jaden Jordan. Trying to avoid being run up for a second time in this game. As Smith has retired his last couple of batters. The last time he gave up a hit was to Robert Trevino back in the first inning. Swing and a miss, and Jaden Jordan is run up for a second time today. With 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Sion will have a quick word with his head coach, Cardin. We're Mason Parker, number 22, on at first base. And we are going to have a pinch hitter right here. Batting in for number 1, Sion. It's going to be number 16. Who's number 16? Okay. It'll be Hunter Bettner coming in to relieve. Pinch hit for number 1, Sion. We'll probably see him play at second base as he played at second base at the end of game number 1 and started in game number 2. Had a crucial play at second base, an error. Bat. We're a runner on first with 2 outs here in the bottom half of the 4th inning. We're approaching the later stages of the ball game. Bettner is going to fall into the hole 0-2. As Smith trying to get an easy strikeout right here for the first pinch hitter of the game for either team. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss and a 3-pitch at bat for Hunter Bettner. 4 complete innings. We head to the 5th inning. Still 2-1. Back here in the 5th inning, Noah Lafferty. Back in pitcher's position. He'll deliver number 13 later, who hit a line drive to Robert Trevino on his first at-bat of the game. As Noah Lafferty trying to go through this inning without any base runners. Pitch is going to be downstairs. And let's take a look at today's player spotlight. It was the best pitcher in last night's game for the Sunshades. It was Luke Boykin, number 8. So far this year, he's pitched 12 complete innings, allowed 9 hits, 1 earned run. As this is line, this will drift into foul territory. And a nice catch by Robert Trevino for out number 1 over in foul territory. Down the left field line, Robert Trevino with an outstanding catch for out number 1. Going back to our player spotlight, 10 strikeouts this year for Luke Boykin. He had 5 coming into last night's game, and he was able to register 5 strikeouts. And one stat is definitely worth noting is the 1.29 ERA. Ground ball, and this will go into left field and a 1-pitch at bat for Lawrence results in the first hit given up by Noah Lafferty since the first inning. And I'll bring up number 4, Poteet, as the Lions would go back to the top of their batting order. 3 hits allowed so far today for Noah Lafferty, as Poteet was run up on his last at-bat against Lafferty. Swan had a good handle on the ball was Mason Parker, and that will be a stolen base. Stolen base for number 24, Lawrence, who rounds out the bottom half of the batting order. It's Poteet trying to get his second base hit of the afternoon. Pitch is outside, so it's going to be even 1 ball and 1 strike. with 1 out here in the top of the 5th inning. And Poteet will call time. Only has 1 strikeout in today's game, as he currently has 9 right now on the season. It's going to be a 2-1 count. Number 22, Arnett, is on deck for the Lions. Lions trying to come back into this game. They have the game time run in scoring position, which number 24, Lawrence, the designated hitter. 2-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Barely getting a piece of that was Poteet, but it will be a foul ball. So Lafferty trying top of the 5th inning with 1 out. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lafferty delivers. This is going to be hit into left field. Jaden Jordan will make the catch, and that will keep Lawrence back at second base. Out number 2 here in the top of the 5th inning. As Poteet will start the game out 1 for 3 after a double. It's going to be number 22, Arnett. Up next, the bat, who drew the lone run of the game for the Lions with an RBI double into right center field. First pitch, the changeup connects in the bottom left-hand corner. 2 outs, trying to keep the inning alive. It's Noah Lafferty, who's allowed 2 doubles on his first 2 at-bats of the game. He's allowed 1 single in his last 20 batters faced. And he's done a fantastic job. The former Ram making a big impression. He came into today's game only pitching a little bit over 5 innings. He's 1 out away from getting through 5 complete innings. Ground ball chopper, count will remain 0-2 to Arnett. Number 23, Walker, is on deck. Arnett, 1 for 1 this game. Mason Parker will attempt to throw to third. Cody Ferguson unable to handle it. Luckily, it did not deflect into the dugout. It'll be a 1-2 count. Lawrence is 90 feet away from tying the ball game up at 2 apiece. Here in the 5th inning, it's a 1-2 count. 2 outs here for Arnett. Arnett is looking for his second hit of the game. 1-2. The catch. And the second run of the game comes in the score for the Lions. And it is 2-2 as the Lions have come all the way to tie it. That'll be an E4 to Hunter Bettner, comes in to replace Sion over at second base. 2-2 here in the top of the 5th inning. We're runner on first. Walker looks for his first base hit. First pitch goes downstairs. Mason Parker delivered control of this Trevino. And another runner is able to advance into scoring position off a wild pitch from Noah Lafferty. Walker flew out to second base. And Lafferty is going to have a quick mound visit. For the first time today, he's pitched an outstanding game. Gave up a base hit that came in the score in a 2-2 game. And after the mound visit, Noah will remain in the game. Just needs to produce 1 more out. Get outs in and have the Sun Sheets an opportunity to put up another go-ahead run as they currently are tied 2-2 with the Lions after the error by Hunter Bedner over at set base, unable to make the catch. One-0 pairs. Parker delivers a throw to third. Ferguson unable to reach his glove around to make the tag, and another advancement from a wild pitch. As Arnett was on first 2 pitches ago, he's now across the other side of the diamond. And Walker has an opportunity. 2-0 is the count. So Walker still searching for his first base hit and trying to continue his 3-game hitting streak. It's going to be a 3-0 count. Bullpen is now active for the Sun Chiefs. The Lions trying to get their second lead of the ball game after striking first to begin the game. Downstairs, and Walker will advance to first on a 4. It'll be number 8 Guy up next to bat. And it's worth noting, the Sun Chiefs have not won a single game this season when the opposition scores first. If they're able to win this game, it will be their first win of the season when trailing first in the game. Runners now on the corners for Guyot. 0 for 2 in this game. Hit a line drive to Cody Ferguson on his first at bat of the game, and then grounded out to Trevino, or actually ground out to Sion, which now is replaced by Hunter Bedner. Pitch in for a strike for Noah Lafferty. Count starts out 0-1. As Guide is hitless in this game. He hasn't had a great game in the series since game 1. Game 2, he was held hitless. And he's hitless so far. Pitch downstairs. Good block right there from Mason Parker. Trying to avoid giving up more base runners. As the count is even at 1 ball, 1 strike. Coach Carter will probably its inning, but now he just needs Lafferty to pull off 1 more out and keep this game at a tie, 2-2. Lafferty's 1-1 pitch, swung on and miss. Now 1 strike away from getting out of this inning. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Number 1, Jordan, is on deck. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Lafferty, the Lions have taken the lead right back as they lead it now 3-2. That's going to be an RBI single for Guyot. And the Lions with a 2-run inning. Still damage could be done right here with runners on first and second. Lafferty will remain as the pitcher. And I spoke too soon as Coach Carter's going to come out. As Noah Lafferty's game could be done right here. So that will do it for Lafferty's game. He gives up 3 runs in almost 5 complete innings and 1 strikeout. We'll be back here at Stanley James Field, 3-2 Lions here in the top of the 5th inning. And we're back here for the top of the fifth inning, a 3-2 lead here for the Lions as the first pitcher is inserted into the game. It's going to be Andre Boudreaux as he will come in to relieve Noah Lafferty with 2 outs here in the top of the fifth inning after Noah gave up 2 runs in the later stages of this inning. Andre's pitch. It's going to be a fly ball down the left field line. Will it stay in play? And this will go out of play to even up the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. First time we'll see Andre Boudreaux pitching in this series, as it's an easy 1 ball and 1 strike. Runners on first and second. Only 1 hit has been allowed in this inning by Noah Lafferty. Boudreaux, and that's going to be Jordan sit in front of Preston Wetchell is now 4-2. Jaden Jordan with an RBI single, and the Lions have taken a 4-2 commanding lead, their largest lead of the game. As Jaden Jordan's first base hit of this series. It's going to be number 19 Moore up next to bat, and 3 runs given up here in the top of the 5th inning. All have come with 2 outs here in the top of the 5th inning. RBI single by Jaden Jordan. Number 19 Moore has been effective throughout this series for the Lions. Now bats for runners on their corners with 2 outs. They'll let the first pitch go inside for a ball 1. Jaden Jordan on first. Guyot, who brought in the go-ahead run. A 1-0 count. Pitch is going to be upstairs. It's going to be a 2-0 count. Sun Chiefs trying to end their 5-game losing streak, and now they trail 4-2 with 2 outs. In for a strike. Count's going to be 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. Moore grounded out to Trevino on his first at bat, and then flew out into foul territory to the left side on his second. Barely getting a piece of that. Jordan was thinking about stealing. They could pull off a double steal right here with runners on the corners. 2-1 is the count. Number 7, Beck, is on deck. For the Lions, trying to end the inning. Pitch gets away from Mason Parker. Guy easily scores. It's now 5-2 Lions. Four runs coming to score for the Lions, and Sun Chiefs for a 4th straight game in a row. They've given up multi-runs to the opposition. Count is 3-2, I believe. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Ground ball chopper. Cody Ferguson throw to first. In time to Trenton Brennan, and the inning will end. Not after the Lions come back and take their second lead of the game, their largest lead of the game, 5-2. We'll head to Cody Ferguson will lead off here in the bottom of the 5th inning after the Lions have come back to take a 5-2 lead. Ferguson still searching for his first base hit of the game. Pitch will be upstairs. Counselor start out 1-0 for Smith back in the pitcher's position. Started every single inning so far today. The bat and then walked on his second bat back in the 2nd inning. Hasn't had a bat since the 2nd inning. He hits this one to left field. Drops in for a base hit right in front of the feet of number 13 Later. And Cody Ferguson with a leadoff single here in the bottom of the 5th inning as his team trails by 3. That is the first base hit for the Sun Chiefs since the 1st inning. That is Cody Ferguson's first hit. Landon Moore is still searched as well. He was walked on his first at bat. Came into score. Ferguson safe at first. Close call on the check down. Landon Moore flew out into left field on his last at bat back in the 2nd inning. No outs here in the bottom of the 5th inning, trailing by 3. Fouled off from Moore on the first pitch. Let's take a look at the most RBIs on the team. Landon Moore, currently batting right now, has 6 on the year. Trevino, Allday, and Wetchell all have 4 RBIs on the year. Brennan now has 3 on the year. He's in 3rd place right now. Pitch is going to be downstairs as Brennan is currently on a 2-game hitting streak and has 2 RBIs to show for it. Preston Wetchell is on deck. Keeping a close eye on Cody Ferguson over there at first. Now Smith only has to record 9 more outs to secure. No matter the result of game number 2 today, it will be a series win for the Lions. Ferguson is stealing. Ground ball chopper is fair down the left field line, and the throw is in time to retire Landon Moore for out number 1. This will be Preston Wetchell up next to bat. We're a runner on second. 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. As Wetchell is 1 for 2 in today's game. He gave the Sun Chiefs their first base hit of the afternoon. Ground out down the left field line to Moore. Pitch gets away from Guide. Advances to 3rd is Cody Ferguson, and that was an easy advancement for Cody Ferguson. Counts to start out 1-0. As the bullpen, 2 arms warming up right now for the Lions. As Smith could be relieved as early as this inning, but most likely to begin the 6th inning. Wetchell will call time. Brennan, who drove in the first run of the game, is on deck for the Sun Chiefs. Runner on 3rd, 90 feet away from the Sun Chiefs, finally able to produce some runs. Pitch almost got away from Guyot, and Cody Ferguson almost took off for home. This is a 2-0 count here to Wetchell. Wetchell trying to get his 2nd hit of the afternoon. 8 hits on the year. Looking for hit number 9 and possibly bring home his 5th RBI of the season. And the pitch is going to be downstairs, and Wetchell is up 3-0 in this at-bat. Cody Ferguson still on 3rd after he was able to start the game out with a leadoff single. This is going to be a base hit and an RBI single for Preston Wetchell, and the lead is now cut to 2 as Preston Wetchell is able to deliver his 5th RBI of the season, his 9th hit of the season. 2 hits today off of Smith. It's 5-3. And Wetchel is now in second place on the team with the most RBIs. Brennan is currently in fourth place. He swings and misses on the first pitch. Brandon is looking for his second hit of the game after having an RBI double back in the first inning. Second inning today. Ground ball. This is going to be played to Walker. Throw to first is in time as Wetchel will advance to second. And Brennan will go back to the dugout. But now Zach Wilson will have an opportunity with a runner on second, who is hitless today. Wilson had hit a line drive to Walker back in the first inning and then struck out back in the third inning. He'll bat with a runner in scoring position with 2 outs here in the bottom of the fifth inning, but Sunsheet's able to cut the deficit to 2. Foul tip right there from Wilson. So Preston Wetchel, Brennan, and Robert Trevino all with RBIs in the game. Only one extra base hit for the Sunsheets today, and that belongs to Brennan. Smith delivers his 0-1 pitch. And Wilson unable to connect. Quickly in the hole 0-2. Robert Trevino is on deck. Wilson trying to get his first hit here today, and it could be a crucial hit right here. Breen fouled off. Wilson able to fight this one off and stay into this at bat. Trying to pull up a 2-out rally here. 5-3 Lions. Smith trying to retire to Cy. This will be hit into right field for a base hit. They're sending Wetchel around, and he will score. Zach Wilson and the Sunsheets with a 2-run inning. Back-to-back RBI singles for Preston Wetchel and Zach Wilson. Wetchel comes to score 5-4. Lions in the lead. And now Robert Trevino with a runner on first, 5-4. Both teams able to score multi-runs in this inning. After the Lions took a 5-2 lead heading into the bottom half of this inning. RBI singles from Preston Wetchel and Zach Wilson to make it a 5-4 game. Game started getting away from the Sunsheets, but now with this rally here, they're able to draw by 1. 0-1 is the count. Pitch is going to be outside. Count's going to be even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Robert Trevino 1 for 2 today with a strikeout, but had an RBI single to put the go-ahead run for the Sunsheets back in the first inning. He has a chance to possibly tie the game up as the game time run. Zach Wilson is at first. Comebacker up the middle, and the fielder's choice for 2 runs coming to score. RBI singles from Preston Wetchel and Zach Wilson as we head to the 6th inning, 5-4 Lions. as we begin the sixth inning with a 5-4 lead here for the Lions as number 7 Beck is in the batter's box to lead off. After he flew out into left field on his previous at bat. And he will get an opportunity right here against Andre Boudreaux, who's back in the pitcher's position after relieving Noah Lafferty. It's going to be a ground ball chopper. Nice leap, and he did not control his Boudreaux. The throw is off target. And that will be an error. That will put a runner on second by Boudreaux, unable to make the play. So that'll bring up number 13 later with a runner on. And we'll take a look at our Coors Light Cold Hard Fats as Coastal is now 4-3 when scoring first this season. They are currently on a 5-game losing streak, and they have not had a single victory. And this is going to be a fly ball into left field. Jaden Jordan makes the catch near the wall, tagging up and able to slide in his runner on at second as he advances. That is Beck. One out here in the top of the sixth inning. As Jaden Jordan, single victory this season when the opposition scores first. They have a chance to possibly get their first victory and end this 5-game losing streak. But now it'll be number 24, Lawrence, who singled into left field on his last plate appearance against Noah Lafferty. Excellent pitch right there from Andre Boudreaux. Beck is now on at third. In this game, only 4 hits been allowed, and there is hit number 5, which brings in the 6th run of the game. A hustle double for Lawrence. And it is now 6-4 Lions. His second hit of the game for Lawrence, a designated hitter, and he has produced 2 big hits so far in this game, and it'll bring up number 4, Poteet, as the Lions regain their lead back to 2 runs. It is 6-4. Poteet is 1 for 3 today. Was able to get the first hit of the game for the Lions with a double. First pitch is going to be in for a strike. Count starts out 0-1. But a 6-4 lead here for the Lions. And Sunchase will have to go back to the drawing board trying to create some more offense after scoring 2 runs in the last inning. Poteet looked for hit number 2. Mason Parker will be able to keep the ball in front of him for a ball. Counts going to be even at 1 ball, 1 strike. Number 22, Arnett, is on deck for the Lions. With Lawrence, number 24, on second in scoring position, trying to regain their 3-run lead. Swing and a miss. Poteet unable to connect. Counts to be 1-2, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Poteet struck out in the 3rd inning against Noah Lafferty. Trying to have an even 500 batting average for today's game. Boudreaux's 1-2 pitch. Downstairs to keep it even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And a 6-4 lead here for the Lions, as the Lions have been able to generate back-to-back innings with a run, and that will advance Lawrence to third off the wild pitch. Boudreaux will have to deal with another runner on at third. The last time he had a runner in scoring position, gave up an RBI single to Lawrence, bringing home number 7, Beck. Lawrence is 90 feet away from the Lions regaining their 3-run lead. As in for strike 3, and Boudreaux records his first strikeout of the afternoon and keeps a runner at third with 2 outs. And Poteet is run out for the second time today brings up number 22, Arnett, who is able to get on base on his last plate appearance, which drove in a run off of the error by Hunter Bettner over at second base. A fly out in the infield, unable to make the catch, and that is how the inning continued. In for a strike. Counts even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Mason Parker, Jaden Jordan, and Hunter Bettner to lead off for the Sun Chiefs. This is hit down the right field line, but it'll be a long foul ball. To the right side as Arnett drove in the first run of the game with an RBI double into right center field. It's hit by a pitch back in the 3rd inning, and then in the 5th inning was able to get on off an error. He hits an RBI single up the middle of the field. 7-4 Lions as Arnett with a multi-RBI game is 7-4 Lions here in the top of the 6th inning. 6 runs generated by the Lions and only in less than 2 innings. It'll be number 23, Walker, up next to bat. First pitch in for a strike. So the Lions came into the bottom of the 5th inning with a 3-run lead. Sun Chiefs cut it to 1, and now the Lions regained their 3-run lead, 7-4. Ground ball, another base hit for the Lions as Walker singles into right field. Runners at first and second with 2 outs. Back-to-back singles for the Lions from Arnett and Walker. It'll bring up Guyot. As Boudreaux has given up this inning. Bullpen is getting active right now for the Sun Chiefs. As Parker will have a quick word with Boudreaux, who usually plays at third base, but he's coming in to relieve Noah Lafferty as he has just given up 2 runs in this inning off of RBI single. Actually, an RBI double from Lawrence and RBI single by Arnett. And now Guyot, who drew game-tying RBI. Now has a chance to bat with runners on first and second. He can put this game away with a home run. And it looks like Coach Darden is going to have a mound visit with Andrew Boudreaux. And they're going to go to the bullpen. The Sun Chiefs are, so that'll do for Andre Boudreaux's debut in this series. We'll take a quick break as the Sun Chiefs will go to the bullpen down 3 here in the top of the 6th inning with 2 outs. So Sam McIntosh will come in to relieve Andre Boudreauin, as this is the third pitcher the Sun Chiefs have put into this game. McIntosh's first pitch is going to be fouled off from Guyot. Count is currently 0-1 to begin the at-bat. Arnett is on at second. Walker is on at first. Sun Chiefs down by 3. Need a big out right here so they can start their rally back in the bottom of the 6th inning. And the pitch inside for ball 1 counts from even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Number 1, Jordan, is on deck. An RBI single on his previous plate appearance. 1-1. This is going to be it. Into the gap into left center field. Shallow left center field. Caught by Landon Moore, and McIntosh is able to get the job done. Lions scored 2, and they're back at 3 for Lions. And we're back here for the bottom of the 6th inning. 7-4 Lions in the lead, as the Lions will insert their first reliever of the game. And to lead off, it will be Mason Parker. Still searching for his first base hit. He has a flyout back in the 1st inning and was walked on his previous at-bat. Counts to him even at 1 ball, 1 strike, as the Lions regain their 3-run lead, their largest lead of the game. Parker was able to hold his swing, and it's going to be a 2-1 count, 2 balls, 1 strike. If you haven't already, we want y'all to follow the Coastal Alabama Sun Chiefs Baseball Instagram page to see all of the promos, and a base hit right there for Mason Parker, his first of the game. And it'll be a leadoff single here in the bottom of the 6th inning. So on the Instagram page, you can check out all of the news notes, and also you can check out the pregame show, The Early Rise, and see all the promos and also some highlights from the prelims for the Sun Chiefs all season long, and also subscribe to the Coastal Alabama Athletics YouTube page as well. First pitch will come in for a strike. Count will start out 0-1. This is Jaden Jordan. We're a runner on first with no outs. Sun Sheets trying to battle their way back into this game. Pitches downstairs. Counts as even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Hunter Bettner is on deck for the Sun Chiefs. 1-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Jaden Jordan trying to make contact. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Down by 3, as Jordan could represent the game time run if he's able to get on base. He hits this one down the left field line. It's going to stay in play. And unable to make the catch over down the left field line. It will remain a 1-2 count for Jaden Jordan. Unable to keep it fair. And a diving attempt from number 13 later. 1 ball and 2 strikes for Jaden Jordan. He has struck out twice today. This will be the second pitcher he'll face today. Fouls off this pitch as he struck out twice against Smith, and now he is a victim of striking out for a 3rd time today. 1 ball and 2 strikes for Jordan to work with as the Lions with a new pitcher into the game. Jordan will see this one go upstairs for ball 2, even up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And that will be strike 3 as Jaden Jordan has run out for a 3rd time today. 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And now this will be as he was struck out by Smith with a runner on first with Mason Parker. Pitch gets away. Mason Parker is safe at second as he will advance off the wild pitch. It's number 11 now pitching for the Lions. Bettner with 1 RBI on the year. 1 base hit yesterday in game 2 with Mason Parker. And he will fall in the count. 0-1 to begin the at-bat against number 11 for the Lions. As Bettner is batting for Sion, who only had 1 at-bat. Cody Ferguson is on deck for the Sun Chiefs. Barely getting a piece of that. Advancing the runner to third. 2 outs now here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Mason Parker is now on third. Cody Ferguson has an opportunity as we go back to the top of the batting order for the Sun Chiefs. Ferguson got a single right here, will drive in the 5th run of the game for the Sun Chiefs. Pitch outside for ball 1. As Ferguson is 1 for 2 in today's game with a strikeout back in the 1st inning, a walk in the 2nd, and then he was able to get a single back in the 5th. He hits a ground ball right to Moore. Throw to first. Did he get him? No, he did not. The throw was off target. And did they have the tag on Cody Ferguson? And they're trying to discuss. They're going to have a meeting. If he is safe, it'll be 7-5. And an out has been recorded, and that will do it for 6 complete innings. We head to the 7th. And we're back here in the 7th inning at Stanley James Field. Swing and a miss as number 1 Jordan to lead off. As Sam McIntosh is back in the pitcher's position after getting the final out in the 6th inning. Jordan gets a piece of it. It's going to be a fair ball. McIntosh flips it over to first to Brennan for out number 1. Routine play right there from McIntosh, and it's going to be number 19 Moore up next to bat with the bases empty with 1 out. 7-4 lead here for the Lions. Bottom of 7, we'll talk about the upcoming schedule that Sun Sheets have following today's game. In for a strike. Count will start out 0-1 to Moore. Today, 2 groundouts and a flyout. Counts to be even at 1 ball and 1 strike. As Moore with 2 groundouts and a flyout. His only flyout came in foul territory, caught by Robert Trevino. 1-1 pitch. It's going to be upstairs. It's going to be a 2-1 count, 2 balls and 1 strike. Number 7 Beck is on deck. Is Moore trying to get his first base hit. He hits a flare down the left field line, and this will drop him for a base hit. Catch over in left field is Jaden Jordan, and it will be a double for Moore, his first base hit of the afternoon. That's the bat. It's going to be number 7 Beck. A runner on second. He is hitless. Has 1 hit today, I should say. Came in to score the 6th run of the game after an RBI single from his teammate Lawrence. First pitch is going to be upstairs from McIntosh. Jaden Jordan has seen a lot of action over there in left field. Another pitch will go upstairs. It'll be a 2-0 count for McIntosh. As another base runner for the Lions, trying to continue their streak of a 3rd straight inning with at least 1 run produced. Downstairs is going to be a 3-0 count. It's only a 3-run lead as the bats for the Sun Sheets have to rally to keep this game alive. 3-0 pitch. Downstairs, and it'll be a 4-pitch at bat, which results in a walk, and Beck will be back on base for a 2nd straight inning. Up next bat will be number 13 later. Runners on first and second with 1 out here in the top of the 7th inning. He is hitless today. He's hit 3 flyouts. He had a line drive to Robert Trevino back in the 2nd inning. Foul ball down the left field line and then flew out to Jaden Jordan in left field. He takes the first pitch in for a strike. Number 24, Lawrence, is up next to bat, but right now McIntosh is hoping to induce a double play. He hits a fly ball into left field. Jaden Jordan's there to make the catch, retiring later. 2 down here in the top of the 7th inning as McIntosh trying to keep it at a 3-run lead here for the Lions. Sun Sheets trying to battle their way back into the ball game. But Lawrence has had a big game so far. He is 2 for 3 with a territory on his very first at bat. Back in the 3rd inning, he swings and misses on the first pitch from McIntosh. Hit an RBI double, which brought home Beck for a big hit back in the 6th inning. 0-1's down with runners on first and second. He fouls this one off, and he is quickly in the hole 0-2. Number 4, Proteet, is on deck, but he is awaiting his chance. Lawrence can put the game away with a big extra base hit. as he is in the hole 0-2. We'll see if McIntosh is going to have the green light to attack. McIntosh's 0-2 pitch. Upstairs for ball one. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Lawrence, trying to get his third hit of the afternoon here in game 3. Game 4 will follow behind this one, so stay tuned on this live stream. And that will clip off of Lawrence, and the bases are now loaded for the first time today for either team. So back to the top of the lineup is going to be Proteet, who will have a great opportunity to knock home his first RBI of the game after leading off the game with a double. 0 for 3 on his last 3 plate attempts with 2 strikeouts. Third different pitcher he's faced this afternoon. Starts with a 1-0 count. Grand slam right here will put the game completely out of reach. 7-4 lead here for the Lions. 1 for 4 today. Look for hit number 2. You'll see this one go upstairs for a 2-0 count. Number 22, Arnett, is on deck for the Lions. Two knows the count between these two conference opponents. 3 knows the count as 3 straight balls go upstairs. And another ball right here from McIntosh will bring home the 8th run of the game for the Lions. Number 19, Moore, is on deck. Or number 19, Moore, is on third. Beck upstairs is now 8-4 Lions. So now the Sun Chiefs will have to go to work in the bottom of the 7th inning, down by 4 runs, and they'll need a grand slam or more to tie. Well, this is going to be Arnett, who hit an RBI single back in the 6th inning. First pitch is going to be in for a strike by McIntosh. Arnett with 2 RBIs already. A double and a single, and he was hit by a pitch back in the 3rd inning. He fouls this one off, and now McIntosh is a strike away from retiring the side. Oh, 2 pitch downstairs, and it'll be a 1-2 count. Arnett looking for his 3rd hit of the game. Sun Chiefs on a 5-game losing streak. 1-2 pitch. Fouled off again as Arnett is able to stay alive at the at-bat. Beck is on at third. Lawrence is on at second. Proteet is on at first, who just was walked to bring home the 8th run of the game. Arnett battles with a 1-2 count. This will be the 5th pitch of the at-bat. Fly ball will stay in play over to the right side. And it will go, and the at-bat will continue. Still 1 ball and 2 strikes to Arnett. Playing at first base today for the Lions. McIntosh delivers his 1-2 pitch. Base hit into right center field. That will bring in 2 runs for a 2-run single for Arnett. He has 4 RBIs to 10-4 Lions with their 3rd straight inning with at least 2 runs scored. And I'll bring up number 23, Walker Wood. Runners on first and second. with 2 outs. As the Lions now have their largest lead of the game, it's now 6 runs. And I'll draw a meeting at the mound with Coach Tarden and McIntosh. And that's going to do it for McIntosh. Chiefs will go to their 4th pitcher of the game. And we will take a quick break here on YouTube. 10-4 Lions here in the top of the 7th with 2 outs. Two outs here in the 7th inning. 10-4 lead here for the Lions. Pitch is going to be downstairs. And the pitch now for the Sun Chiefs is going to be Parker Christensen. As he'll come in after Poteet after a 2-run single to make it 10-4. Pop fly on the second pitch of the at-bat. Down the right field line. Brennan makes the catch, and the side is retired. 3 runs coming to score for the Lions off of Poteet and Arnett, driving in 3 runs. We head to the bottom of the 7th, 10-4 Lions. Sun Cheats are down by 6 here in the bottom of the Landon Moore to lead off against number 11 for the Lions. And it looks like the Sun Cheats, that they're unable to rally back, down by 6. They will lose their 6th straight game and automatically lose the series against the Lions. Pitch outside for ball 1. So it'll be starting off with Landon Moore, Preston Wetchell, and number 15, Brennan, as they represent possibly the final 3 batters of this game for the Sun Cheats. At the Lions with 3 straight innings where they've been able to score 9 runs after trailing 2-1. And into the final stages of the game, 1-0. That is going to be in for a strike. Should be 2-1 right now. 2 balls, 1 strike for Landon Moore. Pitch is downstairs. It actually was 3-1, and that will result in a walk. Leadoff walk to start the inning out, and now bring up Preston Wetchell, who drove in his 5th RBI of the season. Back in the 5th inning. Comes into the game down 6 runs. We're runner on first and no outs here in the bottom of the 7th. First pitch in for a strike. Count starts out 0-1. Wetchell with this and 1 RBI, 5 RBIs on the season. Oh, 1 pitch. He went after that one. The third of first. It goes 5-hole on the first baseman, Arnett. Keeps the runner Landon Moore back at first. Should be an 0-2 count here for Preston Wetchell. Let's take a look at the upcoming schedule for the Sun Chiefs. Right after the 2 games today for the Sun Chiefs, they'll be back in action February 23rd at home for a doubleheader against Florida Gulf Coast Community College. First game will be at 1 o'clock here at Stanley James Field. Pitch is going to be downstairs for a 1-2 count. Then our next road game will be February 26th at Shelton State Community College in Niceville, Florida for a 2 o'clock p.m. game. And then the second game to the game in Niceville, that'll be a foul tip. Niceville, Florida will be also against Florida Gulf Coast Community College, 5 o'clock p.m. game. As the Sun Cheats will try to get back into routine of winning games, as they are about to drop their 6th straight unless they're able to come back. 1-2. Swing and a miss, and that'll be out number 1. Preston Wetchell will go 2 for 4 in today's game. And I'll bring up Brennan with Landon Moore on at first. First pitch is going to be in for a strike. Oh, and 1 count here to Brennan, trying to get his second hit of the game. Is going to be a 1-1 count. Drove home the first run of the game, which was Landon Moore with an RBI double. He walked back in the 3rd inning and then grounded out back in the 5th inning for a runner on first. Outside is going to be a 2-1 count. 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. 10-4 lead, commanding lead here for the Lions as they are on the verge of winning their 3rd straight game against the Sun Chiefs. 2-1 pitch. Fouled off, and this will go over top of the press box. For 2 balls and 2 strikes, Zach Wilson is on deck. Preston Wetchell, Zach Wilson, and Robert Trevino and Brennan all have RBIs in today's game. Swing and a miss, and that will be out number 2. Back-to-back ringouts for the starting pitcher, or the reliever for the Lions. Sun Chiefs are down to their final out as Zach Wilson is searching for his second hit of the ball game. 1 for 3. Line drive to the starting shortstop Walker, and then run up. RBI single into right field to make it a 5-4 game. But after that, the Lions poured 5 more runs on the board to make it 10-4. Sun Chiefs will continue to lose a game where the opposition scores first. Pitch downstairs. That'll make it a 2-0 count. On deck is Robert Trevino as the Sun Chiefs down to their final out of the ball game. And that will hit Zach Wilson. Runners now on first and second with 2 outs. So Robert Trevino will come up 1 for 3 today with an RBI single. Struck out and grounded out on his last 2 plate appearances. We'll have Zach Wilson on first. Landon Moore, who had led off the inning with a walk, is now on second. First pitch is going to be outside for ball 1. 1-0 pitch. Curves in for a strike. Counts to him even at 1 ball and 1 strike. As Trevino trying to become the only batter today with a multi-hit game. He will foul this one off, and now the Sun Chiefs are down to their final strike. Game 2 of this doubleheader will approximately be 30 minutes after the conclusion of this game. The Sun Chiefs tried to even up today's doubleheader with a win, but even with a win in game number 2 today, they will lose the conference series against the Wallace State Community College in Hanceville against the Lions. One and 2's the count with runners on first and second with 2 outs. 6-run game for the Lions. Swing and a miss. The Lions will take game 1 here at Stanley James Field as the Sun Chiefs lose their 6th straight game in a row, and we will see you. Stay on this live stream for game number 2 between the Lions and the Sun Chiefs here at Stanley James Field. We'll take a quick break here on the broadcast.
150 people.
And this will be the final game of the series between the Lions and the Sun Chiefs. And making his first start in the series, but his third start as a Sun Chief, will be number 44, Dalton Nushwander, to today's game with a 1-1 record. He has almost pitched 10 complete innings this year, as the first pitch from Nushwander is outside for ball one. He has 11 strikeouts on the year, a 1.86 ERA. And he's been fantastic. He left a great impression on his first career start. Who's down the field for the Sun Chiefs right after this 1-1 pitch? And that will be fouled off by Prince. Behind the dish, replacing Mason Parker, is going to be number 10, Luke Swan. Over at first base is going to be number 29, Zach Wilson. For the first time during this series, we're going to have a different first baseman other than Brennan. So that pitch is downstairs. Sion will be back at second base, who started in game number 1 here today. Robert Trevino will be back at shortstop. Third base is going to be Cody Ferguson again. And in the outfield, that's when the changes happen. A swing and a miss, and Dalton Nushwander, with his 12th strikeout of the season, rings up Prince for out number 1 here in the top of the first inning. So in the outfield for the Sun Chiefs, Preston Wetchell will be in left field after playing in right field the previous 3 games. Landon Moore will be in center field, and making his series debut, as the first pitch is going to be barely tapped on. Sion runs toward it, flips over to first. 2 down here in the top of the first inning. Is going to be number 24, Melland, making his series debut as the Sun Chiefs try to find their first win here against the Lions after falling to them the previous 3 matchups. And we're right after the first pitch of this at-bat for Nushwander. Nushwander's first pitch connects in for a strike. Leading off is going to be number 16, Prince, for the 3rd time in this series. The previous game, we saw the Lions change up their lineup as that pitch is outside, followed by Arnett. Walker Lawrence is going to be the designated hitter spot after batting last in the batting order of the last game, followed by Moore, number 7, Beck, Lager, Jay Wright, and then finally Monacan, as we saw Monacan play at catcher the previous game. Going to be a ground ball. Trevino is able to end the inning. Dalton Nushwander with a 1-2-3 inning with a ring up as we head to the bottom of the first inning. Sun Chiefs tried to strike first. We'll be right back from YouTube. So for the Sun Chiefs, as is currently scoreless here at Stanley James Field, and the first pitch. It's going to be a ground ball right to the second baseman back. Fumbled it. Throw to first. Did he get him? Yes, he did. And Cody Ferguson on a one pitch at bat is retired off a ground out. Take a look at starting batting order for the Sun Chiefs. Leading off and ground out just recently is Cody Ferguson. He'll be followed by Landon Moore stepping into the batter's box, followed by Preston Wetchell. Zach Wilson will be in the cleanup spot in the batting order. Davis Jr. will make his series debut as the designated hitter for today's game. Mellon will be behind him, followed by Lute Swan, Robert Trevino, and Sehan. Count starts out 0-1 to Landon. And the pitch will go outside as the starting pitcher for the Lions for today's game is going to be number 23, Goodwin, as he tries to give the Lions a complete 4-game sweep here at Stanley James Field. And he connects for a strike. It'll be a 1-2 count. Let's take a look at the starting fielders for the Lions right after this 1-2 pitch. And that will be fouled off from Landon Moore. Behind the dish is going to be number 444, Monacan. While the infield stays exactly the same as it was in the first game in this series. Base number 7, Beck, will be at second. Walker, number 23, will be back at shortstop. And number 19, Moore, will be back at third base. Swing and a miss. Landon Moore went chasing for that one. Throw to first is in time for the first ring-up of the game for Goodwin. And in the outfield, Lader, who played in left field in game number 1, will be at center field. Jay Wright will be in left field. And back in right field for the third time in this series is going to be number 16, Prince. Looking for a sweep here, not only for the entire series, but for today as well. This is going to be Preston Wetchell, 5 RBIs on the year. He swings and misses on the first pitch. Count starts out 0-1. Wetchell went 2 for 4 in game number 1 earlier today as this game started at 3:20. 2 down here in the bottom of the first inning. Pitch is going to be outside. Count's going to be even at 1 ball and 1 strike. But Preston Wetchell's had a really good series. He's been one of the players in the lineup that's consistently produced hits throughout the lineup. Zach Wilson, number 29, is on deck. That pitch is going to go downstairs. Make it a 2-1 count as the lineup continues to be reshaped by Coach Carden as they try to find a way to pull off one win against the Lions, who have been the better team so far in this series. Another pitch from Goodwin goes downstairs to make it a 3-1 count. No base runners so far in this game. After Dalton Nushwander had a 1-2-3 inning at the top of the first inning with 1 strikeout. Goodwin already got his first strikeout against Landon Moore. Preston Wetchell with a 3-1 count. He hits a ground ball. Goodwin on the run, flips it over, and both pitchers with a 1-2-3 inning as we head to the second inning in dramatic fashion. We'll be right back for the second inning. inning here at Stanley James Field. The Lions tried to put the first runs on the board while Dalton Nuschwander looking for his second consecutive and trying to keep the no-hitter alive as the pitch is going to go downstairs. This is going to be number 24, Lawrence. And the pitch is going to be in for a strike. As number 24, Lawrence, as the designated hitter. Pitch is going to go downstairs as the Lions are going to trying to score right here. Count is 2-1. Dalton Nuschwander induced 2 groundouts and had a strikeout. That will be a foul tip to even up the count at 2 apiece. As we take a look at our game recap from the previous game, as the Lions were able to get the first victory here today with a 10-4 victory. This is going to be a fly ball into deep left field, and this one stays in the ballpark with Preston Wetchell able to make the catch for out number 1. Dalton Nuschwander has retired his first 4 batters he's faced, but the 10-4 victory for the Lions gives them the series win and conference play against the Sun Chiefs. Ground ball, Trevino flips over to first, and he is off to a good start with a nice routine play for 2 down here in the top of the second inning. Third ground out of the game. One ground out assist for Sion and Trevino. So Zach Wilson and Preston Wetchell contribute to the 4 runs scored for the Sun Chiefs in game number 1. It's going to be a 1-0 count to start out for Dalton Nuschwander. As we saw Noah Lafferty the previous game almost go through 5 complete innings until runs, and then was replaced by Andre Boudrin. And then the rest of the game, the relievers for the Sun Chiefs unable to get anything done. This is hit into right center field, and Hodgkin Melland able to make the catch. Another 1-2-3 inning for the Sun Chiefs, and Dalton Nuschwander has retired his first 6 batters faced. We'll be right back.
I love you, Hawk.
I need to fully be able to extend my legs.
Back here in the bottom of the second inning, a scoreless 0-0 tie. Both teams still searching for their first base runner of the game as Zach Wilson to lead off. He hits on the first pitch into deep center field. Lager makes the catch for out number 1. And making his series debut against the batter is going to be TJ Davis Jr., number 32, as the designated hitter, as he will gain an opportunity against the starting pitcher Goodwin with the bases empty with 1 out here in the bottom of the second inning. as both pitchers showed their dominance early in this game, as we are in a scoreless pitchers battle, about to be through 2 complete innings. Goodwin's pitch is going to be outside. It's going to be a 2-0 count. As Mellon, number 24, as both Davis and Mellon did not play in the previous 3 games against the Lions, as they are trying to find a way to generate some offense. That will be fouled off from Davis. It'll be a 2-1 count as the designated hitter for today's game. Two-one pitch. Outside, good eye right there from Davis. 2 ground outs, a fly out, and a strikeout for Goodwin. 4 batters he's faced in today's game. Pitch is going to be outside. And that will be the first base runner of the game for either team, as Davis is able to get on first off a walk. So this will bring up Mellon with a runner on first with 1 out. Mellon. Hodkin. Meelan. Okay. As Meelan steps into the batter's box with 1 out. That's in the bottom left-hand corner of the strike zone. Meelan playing in right field today. He has a chance to put the Sun Sheets on the board first and try to score first in this game. They are 4-3 in games where they have scored first. 0-1 pitch. Outside, count's going to be even at 1 ball, 1 strike, as the infield for the Lions is exactly the same as the previous game. Luke Swan, number 10, is on deck for Sun Sheets, still with 1 out. Pitch is going to be inside, good eye right there from Eland. Number 24, he's also making his series debut. Him and Davis are the only ones that have not played in any of the 3 games so far. It's a 2-1 count here to Meelan. It's going to be upstairs. It's going to be a 3-1 count. Only 1 base runner for either team so far, and that was just issued a walk. As the Lions scored first in game number 1 earlier today, and now Sun Sheets trying to find a way to score first and put the pressure on the Lions. 3-1 pitch. It's going to be hit into right field. That will be caught by number 16, Prince, and that will keep Davis over at first base. As Prince is making the start again in right field. As number 1, Jordan played in right field in the previous game. It's going to be Luke Swan up next to bat. 2 outs here with a runner on first and a scoreless tie. First pitch is going to be upstairs. Luke Swan has a couple hits in the previous couple games. Did not play in game number 1, but did play in both game 1 and game 2 in Friday's doubleheader against the Lions. As they set up 1-0 pitch, going to be upstairs again. It'll be a 2-0 count for Swan. Robert Trevino, who is in the 8th spot in the batting order. We usually see him in the middle of the lineup, but he's one to be moved down. Who leads the team with the most home runs. Well, Luke Swan has 2 RBIs on the year. Outside, it's going to be a 3-0 count as Goodwin is losing control at this at-bat. Still no hits by either team. first 3-0 pitch. Connects him for a strike finally, and as the fifth pitch of this at-bat upcoming. It's Luke Swan trying to extend his hitting streak. He had at least one hit in Game 1 and Game 2 in yesterday's doubleheader. 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. And Goodwin's able to battle back, and he's a strike away from sending this game to the third inning. Still scoreless and still no hits by either team. Robert Trevino is sitting on deck, waiting a chance. Swan, the opposite catcher. Time has been called by Luke. Sitting in the 7th spot in the batting order. One base runner for the Sun Chiefs. 3-2 is the count. He hits a ground ball right to Walker, who flips it over to first for the out. And that will do for 2 innings. We get to the third inning. Still no hits between either of these two teams. Scoreless after 2. As we begin the third inning, still scoreless between the Sun Chiefs and the Lions. And this will be number 13 later to lead off. First pitch smashed down the left field line. This will be a foul ball, as Later is making the start over in center field. 2 hits in the first game of this doubleheader today. No RBIs in the game, but he did contribute with 2 RBIs in the first game between the Lions and the Sun Chiefs. 0-1 pitch. It's going to be inside for a ball, and it's time for this day in baseball history. As we take a look back at February 20th, 1963, it's after Willie Mays leads the Giants to the pennant. And this is going to be a fly ball into the gap in the right center field, flagged down and caught by the runner, by the fielder in right field. That is Milan making the catch for the first out. And the no-hitter will continue for Dalton Nushwan, as this is going to be number 2, Dwight. 1 out here in the top of the third inning. And the pitch is going to be fouled off from Dwight. So Willie Mays, he becomes the highest paid player in baseball history during this time. And he signed a 1-year deal, $100,000 contract after hitting 49 home runs this season. But Hunter's pitch right down the middle for strike number 2. As Dwight, who's been playing in left field so far in this series, is in the hole 0-2. Dalton Nushwander looking for his second ring up of the game. Won't get, as the pitch is going to be outside, trying to get Dwight to chase after it. 1 out here in top of the third inning. 1-2. Did he get it? No. It's going to be a 2-ball. Number 4, Monacan is on deck. One of the 3 catchers the Lions have used this series so far. 2-2 pitch going to be fouled off to the left side and straight out of play. Well, the Sun Chiefs have only used 2 catchers, Luke Swan and Mason Parker, in this series. Nushwander 2 for 2. This is going to be hit into deep center field. Landon Moore will make the catch. 2 down here in the inning. So this will bring up number 44, Monacan, with no one on base, 2 outs here in the top of the 3rd inning. As the Lions are about to go through their entire batting order, and Dalton Nushwander has retired every single one of them. First pitch is going to be fouled off. Number 16, Prince, is on deck for the Lions, as this game has moved pretty quick compared to the first game. 0-1 pitch. Perfect strike right there. Curveball connects in the bottom left-hand corner. And now Nushwander is a strike away from sending this to the bottom of the 3rd inning. For the Sun Chiefs, pitch is going to be downstairs. Decent crowd down the left field line for today's game, as is beautiful Saturday afternoon here at Stanley James Field. 1-2 pitch is going to be downstairs. Count's going to be even at 2 balls, 2 strikes. In the bottom of the 3rd inning, Robert Trevino, Sion, and Cody Ferguson will lead off for the Sun Chiefs. 2-2 pitch from Nushwander. It's going to be a ground ball. Sihan misplays it, and it will ricochet out into the green grass. Won't be a base hit, it'll be an error. But it'll be the first base runner of the game for the Lions. And that's going to be number 16, Prince. We're running our first 2 outs here in top of the 3rd inning. Prince hits on the first pitch out of play. And Prince was run out on his first at-bat of the game. Trying to go 1 for 2 in this game. He was the only batter in the lineup that was struck out by Dalton Nushwander the first time around. That will be outside. Count's going to be even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Currently 3:47 p.m. here at Stanley James Field. Almost about to be 2.5 innings through. That'll be a foul ball. Number 22, Arnett, is on deck for the Lions, while Prince trying to make up for being struck out by Dalton Nushwander. He has Monacan on at first. 1-2. Downstairs, evens out the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nushwander trying to retire to side. Won't get on that pitch. It'll be a full count now. Three and 2, a full count. Prince trying to get on base to continue the inning. That will be fouled off to the left side. This will be the 7th pitch of this at-bat. Nushwander with a runner on first, trying to retire to side. This is going to be a fly ball into deep right field. Mealand makes the catch right at the wall. And tired. The no-hitter will continue for Dalton Nushwander as we head to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Still scoreless. Robert Trevino will lead off for the Sun Chiefs in a scoreless 0-0 game. As Trevino looking to get his first base hit with his first appearance against Goodwin, and he will get hit on the first pitch, and the Sun Chiefs will get their first base runner here in the bottom of the third inning. Number 1, Sion, who started at second base in game number 1. In the 2 plate appearances he had, he'll have a chance with Robert Trevino on at first. And we'll have a quick discussion beforehand. Sion rounds the batting order for the Sun Chiefs. First pitch from Goodwin's going to be upstairs for ball 1. Cody Ferguson on deck for as Coastal trying to find their first run of the game. As Goodwin's been able to retire 2 Sun Chiefs. Sion shows bunt. Check down at first. Trevino slides back in. And you haven't already signed up or followed the Sun Chiefs on Instagram, get all the highlights and all the news you need for upcoming games and also highlights from previous games for Sun Chiefs baseball. 1-0 pitch. It's going to be upstairs. It's going to be a 2-0 count to begin this at bat for Sion. Still looking for his first hit today. He only had 2 plate appearances in game number 1 before he was pulled for Hunter Bettner. Goodwin keeping a close eye. Trevino over at first. Sion hits a ground ball 2 more, flips over to second for 1 out, and they will not get a double play. And so Robert Trevino will head back to the dugout. And now Cody Ferguson, who only saw 1 pitch on his first at-bat of the game, has a runner on first with 1 out here in the bottom of the third inning. As Ferguson ground out to the second baseman, number 7, Beck, on the very first pitch of the ball game. Almost got clipped right there. It'll be a 1-0 count for Ferguson, as he went 1 for 4 in game number 1 today. It's going to be a 1-0 count. 1-0 pitch. That will connect in for a strike. Counts him even at 1 ball, 1 strike. Landon Moore, number 26, is on deck for the Sun Chiefs. As Ferguson trying to start a hitting streak with him after he went hitless in game 1 and game 2. Check down at first. Did that get him? No. As number 1, Sion, is on deck after he hit into a fielder's choice as the ball went to the third baseman, number 19, Moore. Ferguson awaits the 1-1 pitch from Goodwin. Inside, Sion stealing for second. He is out at second for out number 2. Here in the ball. So Ferguson, 2-1. It'll be 2 balls and 1 strike. It looks like there's a problem with the second base bag. As the bat was knocked over after the slide attempt from Sion after he was called out. And quickly is replaced with a 2-1 count now for Cody Ferguson, trying to go 1 for 2 today. No hits for the Sun Chiefs so far today. Inside for ball 3. The only two base runners the Sun Chiefs have had so far today is a walk for Davis Jr. and Robert Trevino was hit by a pitch on the first pitch of the at-bat. And that will be a base hit for Cody Ferguson as he will continue his hitting streak. Back-to-back games with a hit. So now Landon Moore with a runner on first. Landon was struck out on his first plate appearance back in the first inning. Try and get some redemption right here against Goodwin with a runner on first. First hit of the game. And that'll be a foul tip. Count will start out 0-1. That's Cody Ferguson on at first. First hit of the game for either team today and belongs to the Sun Chiefs with Cody Ferguson. Leads off in the batting order. That will be popped up, and this will go straight out of play. Over top of the press box. Landon quickly in the hole 0-2, trying to avoid being struck out for a second time in this game, and he's been struck out a couple times so far in this series in all 4 games that he's played. Retired side, leaving a base runner on first. Ground ball chopper, Walker, throw the first in time. 3 innings are in the books. We go to the 4th, still scoreless at Stanley James Field.
Anywhere from 5 height to like 5'10". Yeah, I'll be fair.
4th inning will begin scoreless as Dalton Nushwander back in the pitcher's position in a 0-0 tie. Pitch will go inside for ball 1. It's going to be number 22, Arnett, to lead off after ground out on his first at bat to Sion. Nushwander connects in for a strike. Counts even at 1 ball and 1 strike. And we'll talk about the trivia question right after it's a bat. It's going to be downstairs. It's going to be a 2-1 count. 2 balls and 1 strike to Arnett. Dalton Nushwander looking for another ring up. It's going to be outside. 3 balls and 1 strike. Talk about tricks at bat for Arnett, who had 4 RBIs in the first game of this series. 3-1 pitch. Barely getting a piece of that. This will go into left field, and that will be caught by Preston Wetchell for out number 1. And the trivia question for today's game is there more sophomores or freshmen on the Sun Chiefs roster? Is it more? And we'll tell you the answer in the bottom of the 4th inning. Pitch is going to be upstairs for ball 1. As is number 23, Walker, stepping into the batter's box. He swings and misses as he ground out to Robert Trevino on his first at-bat. Only registered one hit in Game 3 of the series. 1-1. Another excellent pitch from Neuschwander. It'll be a 1-2 at bat. Number 24, Lawrence, is on deck as the designated hitter. Neuschwander's pitch outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. It's Neuschwander and the Sun Chiefs trying to end their 6-game losing streak. 2-2 pitch, fouled off to the left side and straight out of play. Two balls in. Here in the 4th inning, a scoreless ball game. 2-2 pitch. Upstairs, it'll be a full count for Neuschwander to work with. As Walker trying to get his first hit of the game. Full count pitch upcoming. Big pitch right here to begin the 4th inning. Full count. Downstairs, and Walker will take first. That'll be the first walk issued by Neuschwander today. Lawrence up as he flew out down the left field line. Preston Wetchell was able to make the catch. 1 out here. And that will be a base hit for number 24, Lawrence, as he continues his dominance against the Sun Chiefs here today and also in this series. As both teams able to register their first hits. Cody Ferguson got a single back in the bottom of the 3rd inning, and now to right center field. Runners on first and second, 1 out here in the 4th inning. Neuschwander has struck out 12 guys so far this season. He has a 1.86 ERA. His first pitch is going to go downstairs for a 1-0 count. This is Neuschwander's 3rd appearance this season. One 0 is the count. Ground ball to Chopper. This will go foul. Counts even at 1 ball and 1 strike. To number 19 Moore, who hit a ground ball also to Robert Trevino. Runners on first and second. Walker is on second. Lawrence is on first with 1 out here in the top of the 4th inning. Pitch downstairs, but a good block right there from Luke Swan. Keeping the ball in front of him to prevent the Lions from having an opportunity to have 2 base runners in scoring position. It's a 2-1 count. You just want to trying to get win number 2 on the ball club with the most wins as a starting pitcher. That will be fouled off, and this will go out of play. Counts even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Number 7, Beck, is on deck for the Lions. 1 hit for each team. Cody Ferguson and number 24, Lawrence, both have the only hits of the game for each ball club so far. But will this game start to fold in one team's direction? Pitch outside. It's going to be a full count. The Lions have had a lot of opportunities in this series with the bases loaded, and they might have another opportunity right here, but Neuschwander needs to throw an important strike right here with 1 out. Pitch swung on and missed, and Neuschwander gets ringed up number 2 today. 2 down here in the top of the 4th. The strikeout Moore, and Moore will start the game out 0 for 2 with a ground out and a strikeout. This will be Beck, who flew out into right field to Mealand on his first at bat back in the second inning. Pitch is going to be outside for ball number 1. Runners on first and second. Here's a scoreless game. This will be a fly ball down the left field line. And that will be a fair ball as it lands. And it is 1-0. And that will be an RBI double by number 7, Beck. And the Lions have struck first here in the 4th inning. It's going to be number 13, Lager. Up next bat, runners inning. Later flew out into right field on his first at bat. So finally get our first run of the game and belongs to the Lions. Each team so far in the series has scored first. As the Sun Chiefs scored first in both games yesterday. And the Lions today have scored first in the victory, 10-4 victory in game 1, and now they take the lead 1-0 here in the 4th. That'll be inside. It'll be a 2-0 count. First base is open. Walker, number 23, came in to score the first run in the game. Number 24, Lawrence with a single. Moore struck out, and then an RBI double by Beck down the left field line. That'll be a foul tip. Make it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. Fly ball down the right field line. His first at bat, trying to go 1 for 2, right to put the final touches. Lawrence on at third. Beck is on at second. This will be hit into right center field. Drops in for a base hit, and 2 runs are going to come in to score a 2-run single by number 13, Lager. It's 3-0 Lions here in the 4th inning. The third base hit allowed by Dalton Nushwander here in the 4th inning is going to be resulting in 3 runs. Number 2, Dwight, will come up. We're a runner on first with 2 outs. As Dwight flew out into center field to Landon Moore on his first at bat. First pitch goes outside for ball 1. As Nushwander trying to get out of this inning. 3-0. 4th inning. Out of this inning. 3-0. Lions here in the top of the 4th inning. 3-0 pitch. Or 1-1 pitch. It's going to be 1 ball and 1 strike with 2 outs. As Dwight looks for his first base hit. Chet down at first. Monaghan is on deck. It's going to be a 2-1 count. 2 balls and 1 strike. Nushwander trying to get out of this inning. Time has been called from Dwight, who holds the 8th spot in the batting order. Two and 1 is the count. Nushwander's 2-1 pitch. This is hit into right center field. Landon Moore has a long way to go, but makes the catch. But the Lions straight eye doubles from Beck and Later. We'll be right back from Stanley James Field. 3-0 Lions. Preston Wetchell will lead off the bottom of the fourth inning. Lions have taken the lead 3-0. RBI doubles from Beck and Lager brought in the only 3 runs of the ballgame. Goodwin goes to work. First pitch goes outside. As Preston Wetchell hit a ground ball on his first at bat and hit it right to Goodwin, who made it easy play over to first base. 1-0 pitch in for a strike to even up the count at 1 apiece. And the answer to the trivia question, is there more sophomores or freshmen on the Sun Cheats roster, is A, there are more freshmen on the roster for the Sun Cheats. They go after. And yes, he did. Preston Wetchell went for it. There are 27 freshmen on the Sun Cheats roster and 20 sophomores. Wetchell with 5 RBIs on the year. He's trying to find a way to get on base. Only 1 hit for the Sun Cheats through 3 innings. 1 ball and 2 strikes, and Wetchell will call time. Zach Wilson is on deck for the Sun Cheats. Cody Ferguson has the only hit so far pitch. And almost got it. 2 balls and 2 strikes now for Wetchell. Trying to produce the second hit of the game for Coastal. As Sun Cheats trying to avoid a 4-9 record to begin the season. Swing and a miss, and that'll be another ring up for Goodwin as Preston Wetchell is retired. Zach Wilson will come up, who flew out into center field on his first at-bat of the game. All the way to number 13 later. Counts even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Or it's going to be a new. It's 1-0. Zach Wilson 1-0 count. Pitch is going to be downstairs. Count's going to be even at 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. There's 2 strikeouts today for Goodwin. Both pitchers, him and Neuschwander, have not had many strikeouts. Another fly ball into shallow right center field, and that will be caught from Prince. 2 down here in the inning with the bases still empty. As Wilson 0 for 2 today with 2 flyouts. This will be number 32, Davis Jr., Troy Davis Jr., as he was walked on his first plate appearance against Goodwin. First pitch at this bat is going to be upstairs. Count start 1-0. Meeland is on deck for Coastal. Junior trying to get his first base hit of the series. First time he's been playing in the series. Pitch way upstairs, almost hit Davis in the head. And it's going to be a 2-0 count. Hasn't seen a lot of good pitches and either at bat here today, but he's going to try to find a way to get on base again. He's one of 3 base runners today for the Sun Cheats. 2-0 is going to make count, and it'll be 2-1 after that strike. Two balls and 1 strike. Goodwin will deliver. Pitch again. And upstairs. Balls and 1 strike as Davis continues the battle here in this at bat. You only saw 5 pitches in the first at bat. Three and 1. Did he go for it? Yes, he did. So it'll be a full count as Goodwin's a strike away from sending this game to the 5th inning, with the Lions with a chance with a 3-0 lead. The top of the 4th inning. 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss. And we are through 4 innings. We go to the 5th, still 3-0 Lions.
No, I didn't. I swear it was.
And we begin the 5th inning here at Stanley James Field, as is Meekin to lead off here for the Lions. Nishwander back in the pitcher's position for the 5th straight inning. First pitch is in for a strike. Count starts out 0-1. For this at bat. Final man in the batting order. It's going to be a 1-0 count. It's going to be a ground ball chopper. Cody Ferguson plays it off the hop. Throw to first is in time. First out here in the top of the 5th inning. So the Lions will go back to the top of the batting order with Prince. Let's take a look at our player spotlight for today's game. It's going to be Landon Singley, number 52. In the 9 games he's played batting, he has 4 hits, 2 runs. He's come and scored twice and has a batting average over 133. First pitch from Nishwander's in for a strike. 3 games he has played pitching, 3 appearances, I should say. He's pitched 9 complete innings, 1 earned run, and has 9 strikeouts on the year. Pitch downstairs. Count's going to be even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Prince is 0 for 2 for today's game with a strikeout and flew out down the right field line to Mealand. 1-1. Line drive. Robert Trevino makes the calm catch. 2 down here in the inning. Line drive catch from Robert Trevino. And this will be number 22, Arnett. He'll bat with the bases empty. 2 outs here in the top of the community college in Haynesville. First pitch from Nishwander will be a ball. Count will start out 1-0. Arnett is 0 for 2 as well today with a ground out to Trevino and flew out into left field. He'll start this at bat 2-0, trying to go 1 for 3 in today's game. Number 23, Walker, is on deck for the Lions, hoping to get an opportunity here in the 5th inning. Two-0 pitch. 2 balls in, 1 strike. Arnett had 4 RBIs in the previous game. Trying to find a way to extend the lead. That pitch connecting for strike as Nishwander battles back. Here is the 5th pitch of this at-bat. It is 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nishwander trying to get his team another 1-2-3 inning. Is going to be a ground ball. Cody Ferguson on the run. Throw to first. His throw is way off target. Arnett will easily have. And I'll bring up Walker with a runner on second with 2 outs. As the Lions, for the majority of this season, for the majority of this series for the Lions, they have scored the majority of their runs with 2 outs in the inning in all 4 games. As Walker trying to get his first hit of the afternoon, he came and scored the first run in the game for the Lions. He lets the first Walker ground out on his first at bat and then was walked and later scored. 0-1 count. Neuschwander attached with another strike and puts Walker in the hole 0-2 here in the 5th inning. 2 down. Arnett is on at second in scoring position. Time has been called. And it looks like Arnett is Arnett's going to stay in at second. Oh, and 2's count. Walker. Oh, 2 pitch downstairs, but a good block right there from Luke Swan. Number 24, Lawrence, is on deck, who has redshirted the first hit of the game for the Lions. 1-2's down. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ground ball over the glove of Neuschwander. Sion will not have a play at first, and runners will be at the corners with 2 outs. And now I'll bring up Lawrence. 2 outs here in the top of the 5th inning. It looks like we might have a pinch runner, maybe. And will be a pinch runner as Arnett, who was checked on before Walker was able to get on base to see if he was going to remain in game, and his day might be over since the team is already up 3-0. So they'll insert a pinch runner in at third. And Walker is on at first. Lawrence will step in 1 for 2 today. He singled into right center field and flew out into left field. Runners on the corners. Pitch is going to be inside for ball 1. Number 19, Moore, is on deck for the Lions, while Lawrence has an opportunity to extend the lead for the Lions. Perfect pitch right there from Neuschwander. And the Lions in the first game were able to have consecutive innings where more than 2 runs were scored. Count is even at 1 ball, 1 strike. And did they get the tag out at first? No, they did not. Trying to attempt to get Walker out. Swing and a miss. Lawrence unable to connect, and he is quickly in the hole 1 as he searches for his second hit. Game to be the first line today with a multi-hit game after having a single back in the 4th inning. 1-2 pitch. Neuschwander rings it up as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Still a 3-0 lead here for the Lions. A big strikeout by Dalton Neuschwander. Yeah, Milan. The first pitch will go inside for ball one. Milan flew out on his first at bat of the game over into right field. Trying to get his first hit of the series. And he will get hit near the elbow and will take first. So Swan up next to bat. As Luke Swan hit into a ground out, his first at bat of the game. And that came back in the second inning. I'll have a chance for a runner on first. Pitch is going to be upstairs for ball number one. One 0 is the count. Goodwin will deliver. Pitch downstairs, and now Coastal can generate some base runners right here. They have Robert Trevino and Sion and Ferguson up next in the batting order. But they can find a way to get two base runners up, down 3-0. Luke Swan thought about bunting, but the ball sailed over his head for a 3-0 count. Let's see if Swan is going to bunt again. It's a 3-0 count here against Goodwin. Bullpen is active right now for the Lions and the Sun Chiefs. 3-0 pitch. In for a strike. Fifth pitch of this at bat upcoming. Luke Swan trying to get some instruction over there from Coach Carden. Milan on at first after being hit by a pitch. 3 balls, 1 strike. Swing and a miss. As Goodwin battles back into the count. It's going to be a full count for Luke Swan. Here in the bottom of the 5th inning, Goodwin trying to record a first out here in the 5th. His full count pitch. Swing and a miss. Swan went fishing for that one, and it'll be out number 1. Goodwin has hit 2 batters in this game so far. Milan and Robert Trevino, who is currently up in the batter spots. He hits on the first pitch into deep right center field and able to make the catch is Prince. 2 down here, and Milan will retreat back to first. So see, as Trevino could not get enough on that ball. Sion with a runner on first, 2 outs. A strikeout and a flyout for Goodwin here in the 5th inning. Pitch is going to be upstairs for ball 1. Sion hit into a fielder's choice his first time around. The series with Milan, who was hit by a pitch to lead off the inning. Other than that, no offense to show for. That'll be fouled off. Counts even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Cody Ferguson is on deck for Coastal. Goodwin's 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Goodwin's a strike away from game. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Sion's going to have to have some defensive swings right here to stay alive at this at bat. Milan on that first, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Upstairs, going to be 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sion trying to avoid going 0 for 2 in this game, like the previous hitters in front of him. Good wins, able to slide it in for strike number 3. Caught Sion looking. We head to the 6th inning, 3-0 Lions. And we will begin the top of the 6th inning with a new pitcher as Christian will come in to replace Dalton Neuschwander. Swing and a miss is number 19, Moore. Unable to connect. He is 0 for 2 in this game. He went 1 for 4 in game number 1 here today. As Moore ground out to the shortstop on his first. And a strikeout. 0-2 is the count to begin this at bat. No offense for the Sunsheets here today. Only 1 hit. Swing and a miss, and Christian on his first batter he faces, he strikes him out. 1 out here in the top of the 6th inning. And on next bat will be number 7, Beck. 1 for 2 in this game. He drove in the first run of the game. An RBI double. First pitch from Christian goes 5-hole on Lute Swan. Cold hard fats and doubleheaders this season for the Sunsheets. The first game and also the second game of each doubleheader. The Sunsheets are 2-3 in each one. And so far, they can't find any offense. They will fall to 2-4 in both games. Count will start out 1-0 for Beck as he tried to get his second hit. This will be hit into deep center field. Landon Moore, he's been busy today, and he makes another fly-out catch into deep center field. They'll bring out Lager with 2 outs here in the top of the 6th inning as Christian looks to have himself a 1-2-3 inning if he's able to take care of Lager. Later brought in some insurance runs back in the 4th inning with a 2-run double. First pitch from Christian is in for a strike, as he's been attacking the first three batters he's faced in this inning. 0-1's going to be the count. Fly ball, and this is going to go right out of play. 0-2 is going to be the count here for Christian. He's a strike away from a really fast top of the 6th inning for the Sun Chiefs. Ferguson, Landon Moore, and Preston Wetchell to lead off. And the bottom of the 6th inning, a line drive, foul. As Zach Wilson was trying to make the play over there at first base. Count will remain 0-2. 4th pitch of this at bat to Later, trying to get his 2nd hit of the game. And he has 3 RBIs so far in this series. That's in for strike 3, and we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. A 1-2-3 inning for the Sun Chiefs with Ferguson, Landon Moore, and Preston Wetchell to lead off for the Sun Chiefs. And the 2nd pitcher will be inserted into the game for the Lions as number 30 comes into the game. He'll face off against Cody Ferguson, Landon Moore, and Preston Wetchell here in the bottom of the 6th inning, as pitch will go downstairs for ball number 1. Ferguson has the only hit in this game, and that will be a fly ball into right field for out number 1. 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th inning. They'll bring up Landon Moore. And Cody Ferguson, only 1 hit today for the Sun Chiefs in this game. They are down 3-0. They need some big offensive production. It's going to be a 1-0 count. To begin the at-bat as Landon Moore struck out and grounded out. And he is in threat of another strikeout as he swings and misses. It's an 0-2 count. This is going to be downstairs. It's going to be a 1-2 count. That'll be in for a strike. Evens up the count at 2 apiece. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Morris trying to get his first hit. Pitch downstairs. A good block right there from the catcher. Suncheats trying to get some offense right here. Fouled off as Landon Moore is able to get a piece of that one. Preston Wetchell is on deck for the Suncheats. One out here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Pitch to me, a ground ball chopper. Walker's throw, was he on the bag? Yes, he was. And Landon Moore is retired for out number 2. Walker with another routine ground out play. 2 down, 2 easy outs right there for number 30. And Preston Wetchell ground out on his first at bat and then struck out back in the 4th inning. Steps in with no one on base, 2 outs. First pitch downstairs for ball 1. Zach Wilson will be on deck. 1-0 pitch. It's going to be skied into deep right center field. Lader is going to track it down in a 1-2-3 inning. We go to the final inning of this ball game. Lions are up 3-0. They will get some insurance runs. And Wright will lead off the top of the 7th inning. Christian back in the pitcher's position for the 2nd straight inning in a row, trying to keep it at a 3-0 Suncheats lead, or 3-0 Lions lead. Finally, the first pitch of this at bat. And the pitcher starts it out 1-0. As Dwight still searching for his first base hit. He has had a fly out in center field, and he hits a line drive over the glove of Sion, and the Lions are going to start the inning out with a leadoff single. It'll be number 44, Monacan, up next to bat. 0 for 2 in this game. He reached first base off an error by Sion, and then a ground out. First pitch of this bat, we're running on first with no outs. Pitch is going to go outside for ball 1. As the Lions trying to put on the final touches here in this series, where the Suncheats are going to trail 3-0 heading into the final inning. Pitch upstairs off the glove of Luke Swan, and now it'll be an easy advancement for number 2, Dwight, who was able to get his first hit of the afternoon. Count's going to be 2-0, and now the Lions having the opportunity to lead right here with a 2-0 count here to Monacan, trying to get his first hit in 0 for 2 day. Bottom of the lineup for the Lions been unsuccessful in generating some offense. It's only been Beck and Lader able to get the 2 hits for the Lions. in the 3 runs that they needed to take the lead. 3-0 is going to be the count. Number 16, Prince, is on deck. 3-0, 3 balls, 0 strikes. It's Christian trying to keep this at bat alive and try to retire his first man here in the 7th. 3-0 pitch. Upstairs, and runners on first and second. So runners on first and second. Prince hitless today. 0 for 3 with 2 flyouts and a strikeout. His last at bat, or last plate appearance, I should say, he hit a line drive to Robert Trevino. No outs here in the 7th inning. Runners on first and second. A bunt. It'll be a fair ball to throw to first, off target, trying to hit with Sion, and that will bring in the 4th run of the game. Drake comes in the score off the throw and error by Luke Swan. Prince will be on at second. It'll be a 4-0 lead here for the Lions. They get an insurance run, and now they have an opportunity to put this game completely out of reach. It's going to be number 22, Arnett, up next to bat. 0 for 3 today. He was able to reach on base off a error by Cody Ferguson, playing at third base. He's got runners at third and second. Second base is Prince. Monaghan, the catcher, who rounds out the bottom of the batting order, is on at third. 4-0 lead here for the Lions. First pitch downstairs for ball 1. Arnett grounded out to Sion on his first at bat. Flew out into left field. And then the error by Cody Ferguson. Pitch, Luke Swan able to keep it in front of him. 2-0 is the count. 4-0 lead here for the Lions. Two-0 pitch. Finally connected for a strike is Christian. 2 balls and 1 strike as Arnett trying to get his first hit today on his 4th plate appearance. Number 23, Walker, is on deck. Another 2-1 pitch is going to be fouled off. Arnett trying to, after having 4 RBIs in the first game, he has an opportunity to add 2 more in this series where he already has 6. 2-2 pitch hits a ground ball. Trevino, runners will stay at third and second. Off the bat was Luke Swan. Did he tag him? And they're going to have a conversation. It looks like Luke Swan tagged the runner heading toward first. Right now the bases are low, but they'll have a quick discussion right here.
Guys couldn't see that. Yeah, no. It's not really his fault. It's Rob's fault. Should have done a good run.
And that'll be the first out recorded. Runners on third and second. Zach Wilson with the tag for out number 1 here in the 7th. Number 23, Walker, will step in. Walker's going to call time right here. 0 for 2 today. He was able to get on base after an error by Sion and ground out on his first at bat of the game. Pitch outside. Swan barely kept it in front of him. Walker came in to score the first run of the game after he was able to earn first base off a 5-pitch walk. It's going to be a 1-0 count. The 1-0 pitch outside for ball 2. On deck is number 24, Lawrence. Lions trying to extend their lead some more. First run scored since the 4th inning. Outside, it'll be a 2-0 count. As number 19, Moore, is on a couple of batters behind. Christian with his 2-0 pitch. Actually, it was a 3-0 pitch, and now will be a walk. Loading the bases up. So Lawrence will come up with the bases loaded. 4-0 lead here. As the Lions trying to put on the final touches of this impressive 4-game sweep if they're able to keep it. First pitch from Christian is in for a strike. Count starts 0-1. First game started around 12:10. It ended around 2:40-ish. Ground ball chopper. Cody Ferguson will get the forced out at home. The third to first, not in time. They will get the second out, and that is a big out right there. Bases are still loaded. It'll be number 19 Moore with the bases loaded. Almost a excellent play. Cody Ferguson over to his catcher, Luke Swan, to first base, Zach Wilson. No mistakes, just not able to get the double play. Tough call. Christian's first pitch is upstairs. Moore has been struck out twice today by Dalton Nushwan. This is his first plate appearance against Christian. 1-0 pitch. Counts him even at 1-1 strike. What looks like the Lions were going to run away with this game here in this inning. Christian has an opportunity to just allow the Lions with 1 run to score. You're going to go downstairs. It's going to be a 2-1 count. 2 balls, 1 strike for Moore. Trying to get his first hit of the afternoon. Two-one pitch. Swung on and missed. 2-2 as the count is even. With 2 outs here in the top of the 7th inning. Christian will deliver his 2-2 pitch with the bases loaded, a swing and a miss. And just like that, the Sun Chiefs will head to the bottom of the 7th with a 4-0 lead.
Sit down, little boy.
And we will begin the bottom of the 7th inning as the Sun Chiefs are down to their final 3 outs of this series against Wallace State in Hanceville, as the Lions had completely dominated this series in the first 3 games and are 3 outs away from a series sweep. This is a conference play between the Sun Chiefs and the Lions. This will be Zach Wilson to lead off. Wilson is hit by a pitch on the second pitch thrown to him. He will take first. So this will bring up number 32, Davis. Zach Wilson on at first. No outs here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Number 30 back in the pitcher's position. Swing and a miss. Davis unable to connect. Count starts out 0-1. Meelan, number 24, is on deck. 0-1 pitch. It's going to be inside for ball 1. Next game for the Sun Chiefs will be Tuesday afternoon here at Stanley James Field against Florida Gulf Coast Community College. Foul tip. It's going to be 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Try and get some offense right here. 1-2 is the count. With Zach Wilson on at first. 4-0 lead for the Lions. Pitch is downstairs. Wilson will advance to second off the wild pitch. Now we'll even up the count at 2 balls, 2 strikes. He walked on back in second and struck out in the 4th. Two pitch. Swing and a miss. Davis could not make contact, and he is going to be run up for out number 1 here in the bottom of the 7th. So Meelan will come up. He was hit by a pitch back in the 5th inning to lead off. No bat with a runner in scoring position with 1 out. He pops this one up, but this will go straight out of play for strike 1. His count is 0-1. Luke Swan is on deck for the Sun Chiefs. 1 out here. Sun Chiefs have not been able to find a way to come back in games when they trail in the beginning of each game. Oh, and 2 is now going to be the count. As Meelan is quickly in the hole, 0-2. Trying to get his first hit of this series. But what a domination by the pitching staff for the Lions throughout this series. This is hit down the left field. Meelan could have changed the complexity of this game with a huge extra base hit. Still will remain 0-2 count. 4th pitch of this at bat coming up. Oh, and 2, quickly in the hole, trying to stay alive at this at bat. Pitch outside, good take right there from Meelan. Luke Swan and Robert Turbino hope they can get an opportunity to have an at bat. So 1-2 at bat. That will drift upstairs for ball 2. As Meelan's able to battle back into the count. And if he's able to get on base, Luke Swan could represent the game time run. And Meelan will call time right here. Two balls, 2 strikes, 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th, 4-0 lead Lions. Swing and a miss. And that will be out number 2. Sun Cheats are down to their final out of the game. And Luke Swan trying to keep this game alive. Back-to-back strikeouts for number 30 for the Lions. Luke Swan over today with a ground out and a strikeout. First pitch he'll take upstairs for ball 1. Robert Trevino is on deck, but unless Luke Swan can find a way to get on base, he will have to wait till next Tuesday, this upcoming Tuesday, for another at bat. Upstairs, going to be a 2-0 count to Luke Swan now. 2 RBIs on the year. 2-0 is the count. Upstairs, going to be a 3-0 count now. Lions are an out away from finishing off this game. Strike 1 right there as that catch the bottom left-hand corner by number 30. Luke Swan trying to avoid going hitless in this game. He had a couple hits in last night's loss. 3-1 pitch. Will be in for strike 2. As number 30 has battled his way back, and he's a strike away from ending this game and having the first shutout with either team. 3-2 pitch. Outside, and the inning will continue with Luke Swan finding a way to get on base. So that will bring up Robert Trevino. 4-0 lead here for the Lions, but he needs to find a way to get on base. First pitch. Swing and a miss. Trevino unable to connect. Count is 0-1. Trevino is 0 for 1 today. He was hit by a pitch earlier in this game. 0-1 pitch. Goes downstairs. Good block right there from Meekin. Counts even at 1-1 strike. This is going to be a and the Sun Cheats are down to their final strike. Here in Game 2, the final game of this series between the Lions and the Sun Cheats. Coastal is currently, they are on a 7-game losing streak. Outside, 2-2. Trevino trying to get on base, but Sion, he's going to need a big hit if he's able to get an opportunity. 30 will deliver. Fouled off. Trevino will keep the at-bat alive. 6th pitch of this at-bat upcoming. Trevino trying to give his team some life, but right now they're on their final opportunity. 2-2 is the count. Outside, will make it a full count right here. 3-2. Three balls and 2 strikes. A full count for Robert Trevino. Runners on first and second with 2 outs. Wallace State with a 4-0 lead. 3-2 pitch. Chopper down the left field line, but this will go foul. A long at bat right here for Trevino. If he's able to get on base, we'll give Sion a chance with the sats full with 2 outs. Seventh pitch at this at bat. Looking for the ring up. This is hit into left field. It's going to be a double down the left field line. Robert Trevino will have an RBI double, and the Sun Chiefs have life with 2 outs. It is now 4-1. Trevino is able to get his 7th RBI of the season, and it comes at a better time. So Sion will come up, and he represents the game-tying run with a home run, and that might do it right here for number 30, as there's going to be a mound visit, and yes, that will do it, as the Lions will insert their 3rd pitcher of the game. And a 4-1 lead here for the Lions. We'll be right back here on YouTube. Who is it? Who's 27, guys? And we're going to have a pinch hitter as Sion will be replaced. It's going to be number 27 for Coastal. Runners on 3rd and 2nd with 2 outs. First pitch is going to go downstairs. Luke Swan is on 3rd. Robert Trevino is on at 2nd. 2 outs, trying to keep the game alive. Now even up the count at 1 apiece. Sun Chiefs gave up 3 runs to tie the game up for the Lions, and they came back and won in 10 innings. 1-1's the count as a new pitcher has been inserted in the game for the Lions. Outside, it's going to be a 2-1 count. Cody Ferguson is on deck for the Sun Chiefs, hoping to get an opportunity right here. Two and 1 is the count. This is going to be a fly ball down the left field line in foul territory, and that will do it as the Lions sweep the Sun Chiefs in 4 games with back-to-back days with doubleheaders. Robert Trevino with an RBI single as the Lions win this one 4-1. I'm Dallas Renzi, the voice of Coastal Alabama Sun Chiefs. We'll see you on Tuesday.